Now we'll stop on you, so
Of the late living one, no.
that's the stuff.
Julia, you're 1, 2, and 7. I tried to address 68. Yeah, well, that's the same. Okay.
We're good. Used to be far.
All right, everyone. We're going to get started. Welcome to the January 11th, 2024 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slamberg. I'll be your chairwoman today. Fellow board members present today are Bill Turner, Julia Martin, Bill Huey, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present today are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, Linda Bennett, Senior Preservation Planner, and Magdalene Creech, Corporation Counsel. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. Each application will get an introduction and overview from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. Each applicant will have a period of 10 minutes to speak, and anyone speaking on behalf of the applicant, this would be owners, developers, designers, consultants, should speak during this 10-minute period versus during the public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by a public comment. Any written public comment received by noon yesterday has been provided to board members for review and is in the public record. Anyone speaking from the public, please approach the podium and state your name first and last for the record, as well as your address if you're a neighbor nearby the property. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And once we've heard from city staff and the public, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations. Following this, public comment and the applicant's presentation will be closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote on each application. And the results will be posted online at the city's website. No items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Please, everyone, remember to turn off your cell phones and beepers if anyone still owns one of those. And please limit your comments to architecture only. The purview of this board is design review. So comments related to zoning, livability, that kind of thing cannot be voiced here and won't be heard by this board. All right, so first on the agenda, we've got agenda items 1, 2, and 3. I make a motion for approval of the minutes from the November 16th, 2023 meeting and the minutes from the December 14th, 2023 meeting and deferral of the minutes from the November 9th, 2023 meeting. So I put 3 motions before you all. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Julia. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. All 3 motions pass unanimously. All right, agenda item B1 and 2. These are both 68 Cannon Street, and I'm going to have you all present those together since they're not contingent upon one another for efficiency's sake. So unless you all have an issue with that. Frankie, do you want to go ahead and give us an introduction overview for 1 and 2? Oh, that's right.
So agenda item 1 is 68 Cannon Street, which is a category 4 in Canterbury, Elliott Borough, circa 1840 to 1850 in the Olympia district. First, we have the after effect approval for demolition of historic shed. My slide card. And then the second item will be after the fact approval for alterations to previously approved plans. This is the property's location on Cannon Street. The shed is the structure toward the rear of the property. Here's some existing site photos. For board members that weren't there, this is unfortunately I had to go back to 2011 to get a street view where you could see the shed in the back. Google just was not cooperating in other years so you could see it. So that's the only reason this slide is from 2011. Google doesn't cooperate with me. More photos of the front structure, context of Cannon Street. Sorry, these are from the previous presentation. I had the architecture inventory. And then Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And And then I've got some photos in here from some stop work order inspections. Mostly these are for board reference. If they have questions, I can go back to them. I'm not going to really dwell on them right now. So I have some photos from October 2022 and from June of this year. And then this is a street view giving you a view of the shed from Spring Street from 2021. And then from 2023. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, I'm George Seago. Would you let me speak from the podium?
Yes. I mean, you're certainly welcome to walk around.
Maybe a little second.
I have a clicker up there on the podium, George. It doesn't always cooperate. So if it fights it, you have to aim it at my computer. But if you have issues with it, let me know and I will flip through slides for you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, great. So if you don't mind as well, I just have a few photos throughout just to pass to you, Mr. Turner, if that's okay to pass down the line, so to speak. The first of which being so all here is more or less the picture you see up on the screen, and then also down in the basement, just to get you a frame of reference. That's all. Thank you. Okay, this shed is the last part of a decade-long project to rehabilitate 5 contiguous buildings. This is a small, unique inn involving my wife and 4 daughters, our family business. Okay. It was historically used and was presently used by me to store materials that also later included linens for our inn. And the north portion to the right here, the north portion was boarded up and full of junk, leaks, etc. That hadn't been touched in years. Through several board meetings here in 2021, we received conceptual approval with final review and details to staff in October 2021. While I'm at it, I should also point out that the on-site, the restoration of the buildings, other buildings on site, also was made the front page of the paper in several occasions. The plan was to present it to the board and approved by the board with to restore and renew the shed in its previous capacity with the addition of a basement. The plans at that time showed the shed elevated on a slab approximately 8 inches or so above grade. Okay, so when we opened up the building, it was eaten by termites, absolutely much worse than thought. Basically, every building on site has been lifted up in one point or another during this 10 years, and new foundations because they were all extremely poor. And so this one being the worst. And so I want to demonstrate, if you will. We saved everything. So these are small samples for you to look at. And as samples of roofing, that's not for cutting or anything. These just were active leaks that were present all throughout. So this is a small example. We have it all. And I'm going to welcome my guys, if you don't mind. I just wanted to see we saved practically everything on the floor. We also, incidentally, we brought a little vacuum, by the way, to if we don't want to mess your floor up. So this was a roof rafter right here. And this was roof decking. The surprise. Turn on hand, Steve. The surprise was the condition at the roof. In all projects, including this one, the plan would have been to lift it up as such. This is the front building, by the way, just similar means and methods, right? This would be the 5th building on site to be lifted. That is the corner board that is present in that picture at the roof. So that's at the roof. Those are some studs. The building, the frame of the building was below grade, and those pictures demonstrate that as well. So the means and methods here would have been to lift up the roof and to stabilize and support while we went underneath to excavate and put the new foundation in. However, it was not possible at that time to save the building. But in deference to the fabric of the building, practically everything was saved. I should note in 7 years at least, of construction of the other 4 buildings in site, I've had 3 dumpsters total. So we saved everything and reused absolutely. So compromised and unstable, I picked up the roof in sections and placed it on the ground because I was not able to support it in its present condition. Okay. In addition, the adjoining neighbors obtained approvals and were eager to begin construction only 3 feet away. So in this process, through months of deliberation, Chief Building Official Ken Granata determined that I have to bring the building up to code and practically cannot use those structure, what was safe in its present condition. So I wanted to, at no point did I think that this constituted demolition because I intended to reutilize all the existing original materials in place that I kept on site for that exact very purpose. And so I also thought that the board had already approved my modification with final details to staff. And so at that time, I did not believe that I did need to come back to the board, which we are here today to discuss and deliberate on. And starting in October 2022, Chief Building Official Ken Granata set up many multi-departmental meetings, and then only in late June 2022 did we hear that BAR staff had informed me that the shed would need further approval, what we're here to discuss today. So as of today, all permitting issues except for BAR have been addressed and resolved. And so the project has been sitting for 15 months, waiting for the ability to move forward. And so I saved absolutely everything I could. Approximately, give or take, 20% of the materials are usable, and I intend to reapply, and some have already been reapplied. These studs that I was able to that were not infested with termites and were structurally capable are already installed back in the building. And so I hope I've demonstrated my intent to preserve the structure of the reuse of the materials. I wanted to address any concerns that have been raised to you. And so I would first like to address the height. I would like you to see this, please. The pictures that I passed around demonstrate that the frame was approximately 4 inches below grade before construction began. And through the adjoining neighbors' construction of two buildings within 3 feet away, one's 3 and another's 10 feet away, I believe. The grade from Spring Street raised 18 inches because wisely, both sites sloped towards the shed rather than away. Okay, so with this construction, you don't want to flow water towards it. So to attain that drainage towards Spring and towards Cannon, the grade from the Spring Street neighbor increased by about 18 inches. So consistent with my prior approval of having some simple elevated slab at 8 inches, a reasonable number, I believe, and shown in the plans as approved. This demonstrates that the framing height is exactly the same within an inch. And now the expression is like a foot more, a little bit more, so many inches. And so I just wanted to show this to you to demonstrate that the building's frame is of the exact same dimensions. Okay. And then, so Forthberg Engineering was my engineer and also the Norville engineer at 9193 Spring Street, that they set up control points. The control points for this building were then all of a sudden right in the middle of a construction project with 2 other buildings that their subcontractors continually kept hitting. So I do understand that while the frame is of exactly the same dimensions, the building shifted, I think, 4 and 7 inches on one side, still on our property and whatnot, but that was brought as a concern. And that is this supported, right? Is this supported by the neighborhood? Absolutely. So I think Ms. Pinto has, but the Canterbury Elliott Rose Neighborhood Association has presented and reviewed. You have that. Okay, sorry. And I don't think you have this one. They they desire to have this approved and immediately, et cetera, because it's been sitting for so long and practically everybody in the neighborhood knows this building too as well at this point, just for sitting there. And then also the neighbors from the adjoining neighbors from Spring Street, the Norvilles and Alex, they as well would like to see this approved by the board so we can have a path forward.
Maybe I should go through the drawing set since we're presenting both applications. at the same time.
Let's go ahead. Do you, my fellow board members have any questions for Mr. Seago about this particular item before Andrew starts?
Yeah, is the height the only thing that varies and the shifting a few inches? Has the form changed at all, or the footprint or the openings or anything like that?
Well, I have existing and proposed drawings that I can go through
Okay.
that'll show, what small changes there are. See, stupid thing.
Back thing up again, I'm sorry, Andrew. I'll flip through. them.
All right.
I don't know, it gets very moody sometimes, I'm sorry. I mean, you want me to go through the
Yeah, just go
first
to
of
the,
your drawings?
I guess go to the drawing set, there you go. So this drawing set mostly illustrates the construction of the new brick building next to the shed and adjoined to it, which went through a couple of BAR meetings and received its conceptual approval a couple of years ago. But I was asked by Robbie Summerfield in light of the stop work orders to update this drawing set to show what has actually happened to the shed as opposed to what we thought was going to happen to the shed. So I'm just going to quickly go through this and show you these sort of previous and after images. If you go ahead through the plan set. Stuff. All right, well, that's a good image right there. Basically, this was the previous BAR submittal where the grade was essentially shown as flat. And the shed was shown raised up about 8 inches compared to where it had previously been so that we could get it off of the earth. And then this is the current submittal showing what has actually happened is that with all the construction, the grades come up about 18 inches. The brick building and the shed have gone up a little bit accordingly. Go on. Keep going. Yeah, we stop here. So again, you have the 3D construction and the current proposed. And again, we're showing that everything's been raised up a little bit. There are some fenestration changes that this plywood door we're replacing with 2 larger carriage style doors. That was in the previous submittal that was approved for these changes. Go to the next one. And then on the back side of the shed that faces Spring Street, because the building department says this is now a new building and we've lost the grandfathering of having windows right on a property line. They're saying we can't do that anymore, that this has to be a fire rated wall. So the proposed windows now are going to be just sort of blind openings with closed shutters that look like there's windows there, even though it's actually fire rating right through there. And then the side elevation of the shed was just metal roofing on the side. It's going to have some mechanical equipment for the kitchen space that's in there. Fortunately, the building official has already told our mechanical engineer not to put that kitchen exhaust vent on the side of the building, so that's actually going to go straight up through the roof, so you won't see that. Go on. And then yeah, it's the brick building, go on. Okay. And so a more detailed previous submittal to current submittal. One small change is that the building department is not allowing us to have an egress stair so close to a property line, again, for fire separation distances. So we've had to mirror image that egress stair from the second floor of the brick building. besides that, there's really not anything meaningfully changed from what you all have already approved. I guess I won't bother going through the whole drawing set because it's just lots and lots of details for the brick building. But if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to refer to the plans to answer those.
So any questions on the, I guess it's the after the fact demo request of the shed first and then the brick building? So I think that answered your question. There's no change in dimensions of the shed. It's just a shifting and a
Administration.
change in height.
Well, I don't know if this is the new or the demo, but so with the fire requirement for a fire rating, are you going to be changing the materials that you're cladding the shed with?
Go back a number of pages in the drawing for the fire plan. Just at the beginning.
My computer just lagged. It's slow on the drawing part.
All right here. Yeah, so they're requiring a 1 hour fire rating from both sides on the shed. And it's a little bit of an unusual wall section because it's framed as a structural timber frame now with infill studs in between. But basically on both the inside and outside of those stud walls will be fire rated sheathing and then wood siding on the outside of that. So in the end, you'll still see the wood siding, same as it always was.
Okay. So you kind of accomplished it with a prescriptive method of assembly.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the demo? And did y'all get enough detail on the brick building, the new construction? We're still in questions right now, so if you've got anything else that pops up during board discussion. All right, thank you all. Okay, do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We really appreciate the applicant meeting with us to discuss this request. After the fact requests are always unfortunate, and in this case, a little additional documentation would have been helpful and understanding the differences between what was approved by the board and what was reconstructed, just as was submitted in the application, but appreciate staff walking us through a few additional photos. So from here, we encourage the applicant to work with staff to ensure that the finished building matches the form and character of their previously existing building as closely as possible. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right. Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations for agenda items 1 and 2, please.
Work sometimes it doesn't. Hang on, I will get there. Okay, so we just had some dates as far as timeline for the board. Observation was for the demo. The previous dates from when it came to the board for those members who are not here in 2021. It came twice in October of that year, once deferred and once received conceptual approval with final review by staff and board comments. There were several stop work order inspections from the building department for work being done without permit in 2022. And in 2023, it was filed with the building stop work order, but it was through BAR for the demolition and reconstruction without permit. For this item, staff does not have a recommendation. And then for the second portion, the changes after the fact, we had a couple of questions, which has somewhat been addressed, but I'll still go ahead and run through them for the board. We were questioning what material had been retained, what could be salvaged and reused, how will it be reused? Is this exterior or interior reuse? Why salvage and reuse wasn't done originally, if that's a possibility. And we did have the question about the height because it wasn't noted on drawings. And from what we noticed, the structure seemed taller, but if that is a condition, a consequence of having to infill site, I understand the difference. But we were asking what the height difference is in the new and the previous. Staff condition for approval for the windows on the north wall, if they're to be approved as faux shutters, I understand the building requirement. We were recommending that there is hardware to make them appear to be operable shutters. And there was an omission on one that was previously approved. We just recommended that that be retained and kept as a faux window as the other windows on that side. So our recommendation was deferral for more information so that we could document what material was retained and what could be reused and how.
Mr. Seago or Mr. Gould, did you want to respond or clarify anything raised in any staff comments or public comments?
Well, on those last two items, we do intend to have real shutter hardware, so it looks operable. That one window we took off just because one of the new houses that was built on the Spring Street development is right up against the shed, and it's impossible to see that side of the shed from the north, so we didn't bother drawing in a window in that position. One thing that comes to mind is that, when George first acquired that shed and we were fielding out with the BAR staff, this would have been back in 2020 probably, like, could we demolish it? What could we do with it? There was some question at the time as like, is that shed even worth keeping at all? And it was really only because of its association with the DaCosta Construction Company from the 1930s that BAR staff said, yeah, we think it should be kept in some form because of that family that it was associated with. But they said, like, it doesn't have to stay a shed. We could turn it into a house. We could probably put a second floor on it. So the position of the staff at the time was never that that shed in its exact appearance or materiality was particularly sacred. They just wanted some memory of it to remain. So I just want to say that, just to say, like, I don't think we went against the spirit of what BAR staff had told us was their interest in that shed from those initial discussions in terms of how this actually played out.
I would also add to that, what can be salvaged and reused, the studs that could be reused have already been reapplied in the building. And so they're present.
So the salvage material is more or less framing material?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I have 20%, let's say, of the roofing material. I'd love to reuse it, but it's not.
All right, thank you. Public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I have a question for staff. In the observations, there was 2 stop recorders issued
By building.
by building, and they were for work with, it says work without permit, but there was a work beyond permit.
Without.
And so that work was accomplished without any permit.
There was no permit.
That's what that's just-
Let's deal with the demolition request first.
Mhm.
The demolition request first.
Yeah, so they, but it wasn't, I'm trying to determine if there was some permit issued that, and the scope of what was done was just way beyond the permit.
No.
Or there was no permit. I mean, I don't have an issue with
Unfortunately
the
not, unless
slight
the board
elevation,
wants
that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I am just concerned, and I think in line with one of staff's observations is that what we don't know with what's been submitted here is what's been saved, what's been reused. I mean, at the very least, it would not be nice to have an inventory or a photographic inventory demonstrating sort of what was lost and what's been salvaged. I can't get a very good feel for what's original in the building and or if it's in fact entirely new, except maybe for a little bit of roof framing and an occasional stud. And I think there would have to be
Sounds like it's framing material.
I mean, was any of the sidings saved? I know that some of the siding on one end was just all roof material and maybe was worth saving. But was there siding on other elevations that was worth saving? I mean, I'm not asking that question. It's, I mean, that's a philosophical question. What I'm saying is I don't know that at this point because there's no inventory and I don't see any documentation that demonstrates what's been saved and what's been demolished. And I understand that a lot of it could simply have been, I mean, would need to be replaced and not salvaged. But we don't know what the extent of that is or what those elements are. And so it just makes it more difficult for me to make a very definitive decision. Yes.
If you.
Allow me. Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Please give me a quick rundown on what might have been saved and what has not been saved.
Right. I would first like to address, if you don't mind, the question that you asked her of the stop work orders. It was determined by building department that they had a snafu and I did have permits. So I want to clarify that. And the permit was reestablished. Regarding the materials, sir. Yes, all the framing that could be saved is in the building right now. And the siding, what we could have saved, maybe 20% of it laid on site. And because of no action, termites got into it and we can't reuse it. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So there were permits.
Not reviewed by BAR.
So there was
There was no final review by staff.
for the demo of the shed.
Okay, but was there a permit for work on the shed?
Not that I'm aware of. We did not review one.
Can you
But
clarify?
is there a permit issued for work on the shed?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Foundation permits, right?
Foundation with
Yeah.
reframing.
The basement, the concrete work, that was all permitted.
Oh, but BAR staff doesn't get added to foundation permits.
Oh, so it was just a permit for
So
foundation?
if it was a foundation permit, we would never have been included.
Okay. Was the permit a foundation permit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's looking at the demo, the shed portion of what we're talking about here. Obviously, there were some procedural issues here that I think probably could have been handled a little bit better, but looking at the proposed drawings, there was an indication that there was going to be some issues with the foundation of the shed originally. And I do understand the issue of raising the grade in conjunction with the neighboring properties. You don't want to be the collection point for all your neighbors' drainage issues. So I do understand that. Therefore, I don't really have an issue with the structure being taller. It's relatively the same height to grade. It's just that the grade is moved up. I do believe by some degree of example of this collection of material that we're seeing here that obviously there were some quite extenuating conditions going on with the shed, condition of the shed. So I guess I'm inclined to support the application in the degree that there is some retention of material appears to be, as the applicant stated, 20% or so. And also that the form has not really drastically changed. Just lament these procedural snafus that tend to keep popping up, and somehow they always land right here at this board, but as far as dealing now with the circumstance of what's existing, I don't really have an objection to if, through procedure, it would have been recognized that there was some degree of riot. Staff might have been contacted, staff might have gone down and made the evaluation that there was a lot of extenuating condition with materials. We might have seen another submittal for a more extensive, reconditioning or reconstruction of the building, which is where we are today. So I'm just saying, my summary of what I'm assessing from what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing here is that we're probably to the point where we would have been anyway. And I don't find that the proposal is detrimental to the context of what the shed was as to the way it's going to be now. So I guess I'm leaning towards support of the issues of the shed.
I agree. I don't know that I've really got anything else to add. I do kind of think that we might have ended back up in the same spot, going around. The only thing I'd like to add is, I think there have been some improvements in the fenestration. So I'm inclined to support it as well.
I'm in line with you both, and I think with these requests, after the fact requests are always frustrating and I think uncomfortable when they come before the board. But I have to ask myself the question, okay, if it was not an after the fact request, would I have approved it? And I think based on what I'm seeing in the submittal, I would have supported this request.
I don't object to what's there. I mean, as far as, it is generally the duplicate of the building that was there. I have no objection to the elevation. That makes perfect sense to me. I'm struggling to bless this without adequate documentation of exactly what has been done, whether that's a photographic survey that would include framing, siding, windows. In other words, the important elements. Roofing. I know the roofing material was turned, and it's a fundamentally 100% coin. You can't put the turn back on. I kind of like to know what's going back on the roof. But I would be inclined to defer for the additional information. Simply because the information we have in front of us, besides the explanation of the owners, which I'm sure is accurate, but I would kind of like something for the record of what's there.
I guess a question to that. So this is the first part of the application, demolition or partial demolition after we're returning this demolition of the shed. If there are questions germane to materials and things, we'd be handling that in the next discussion.
I think so.
So there may be more information to answer part of your questioning in the next discussion.
If it came back for
I
preliminary, but this
Because
is,
these are-
this is the demolition.
This is
well,
purely
we're
demolition.
considering this and the modest changes to the other building at the same.
And I think the second, and correct me if I'm wrong, the second application is also the changes to what, did we approve anything with respect to the shed? We previously approved?
I don't think there are changes to
I think there were some minor fenestration changes, if I remember.
So I think,
Yeah, I mean,
That were previously approved, yes.
yeah, the changes to.
So I don't
the
think there's
original,
anything
raising
here,
up on concrete,
I mean,
all
besides
that.
the changes to the other, to the the amount, a few changes to the new building, the other building.
Actually,
So that and the, you can make it a two-part motion, can't we?
So are we?
Yeah, we could
reviewing both
approve
right
the-
now. I just want to make
We,
sure.
we are, but I was going to separate, we put the applications together for presentation and discussion purposes, but we're having two separate votes. One on the demolition, which
Oh,
is agenda item 1, and then one on the administration changes, which is 2.
Okay,
So we'll have two different votes.
but we're not gonna go through another presentation and discussion process. We're having it all.
No,
We're having it.
my understanding
Okay.
is y'all presented everything that you needed to at the
Yeah,
first.
here, the presentation is all put together in one packet. It made more sense for them, the way they put it together.
And I'll certainly afford you all more time if you have additional.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that because there was a question about the masonry building that I had that I was holding. Because I thought we were just reviewing the shed demolition and I'm sorry, I totally misunderstood.
You're welcome to ask questions now.
Yeah, I guess if I have a quick question and maybe it's to staff as well about the, so I noted that with the masonry building, there were some board comments with final review to staff. Board comments were mainly concerning the, keystone and maybe some of the arch detailing in the masonry. But I've noticed in the submittal here, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but on, page, let me find this again. Okay, I'll just go to page A 2.2 PC 1. Yeah. And I'm looking, fortunately, my screen is a lot clearer than that.
I can zoom in if you would like it a little clearer on the. big
Well,
screen.
yeah, if you zoom in just really on the elevations of the masonry building, you know, it's definitely a handsomely detailed building, but what it's labeled as is previous PAR submittal and then current submittal. And there are definitely a few issues that have been changed, a few changes have been made, fenestration patterns and things like that. But it looks like maybe the issues asked about the keystones and everything, they changed?
We'll have a look at the side facade of the building, the one that actually faces Cannon Street, if you can scooch that drawing over. So yeah, there was a comment at the conceptual approval that, you know, there were the keystones were maybe a bit much, maybe they should be, you know, simplified or removed. It was one of those sort of suggestion phrased kind of comments, as I understood it. And what I did to respond to that comment is I removed the keystones from the facade facing Cannon Street, the narrow facade. Because that's the more visible facade, the wide facade, you see at such a raking angle up the driveway, I don't think you perceive the keystones. Plus on the wide facade, I kind of feel like I need the keystones for compositional reasons, whereas I really don't on the narrow facade, because the balcony brackets are kind of taking the place of them. So that's how I responded to that comment. And yeah, you're right, there are some small adjustments to the window style as well, but that's all normal for, you know, between a conceptual approval and actually submitting final construction drawings to staff.
I'm just trying to understand, so there was a final submittal for staff review after the last BA.
No, I don't think
No.
so.
No, we haven't been able to find a final staff review.
Did I read that motion? Summary of the issues, of the process here. Conceptual approval, final review by staff on 10/28/21.
Yes, which is the final review by staff is typically done in the permit. The only permit that we've been able to locate was the foundation permit.
Okay, so really, there's been no final review. It's okay, I was trying to.
We don't know if there was a records issue when previous staff left. We haven't been able to locate one.
And the applicant, do you have some clarification? You might be able to.
Yes, sir.
offer this?
it was made and it appears that it has been lost. However, the direction from staff was that the demo review needed to be done before staff would even look at, the final, review.
So on this second application, this is a question for staff, are we really looking at providing a new conceptual approval of the revised plans?
it
and
would
that there
be
can
a-
Final review by staff?
It would be a conceptual approval of the changes being made. And staff can do the final review by staff. In that permit that Mr. Seago was talking about, that BAR is the step remaining.
So
Okay, so
basically, what you're saying is we could update the approval that was given back 10/28 or a couple of years ago to the same status right now, and then still go to final review by staff.
Yes, it could still go to final review by staff if you are okay with approving changes after the fact.
Okay. Okay. And if there were any lingering or continuing questions, so if it was restated, if it was restated that board comment to simplify brick detail and including eliminating or reducing the keystone element or something like that, if that was reworded into this motion, that would be subject to final review by staff.
And staff could review in that permit and make conditions. and
I'm mainly saying that not to harp on the detailing of the building that you're showing. I'm mainly saying it to be consistent with the motion that we previously made. I think we should make the same motion and then add on any additional comments for the changes made. That's the way I would look at it, right? Okay. Just trying to clean something up a little bit procedurally. Okay.
it's logical to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, maybe if I could get, and Andrew, you kind of gave a bit of a summary of those changes that have been made since that last review. And your drawings are clear and it's fairly evident, but would you just give us kind of a laundry list of the proposed modifications to the last review? You mentioned fenestration patterns, keystone
Here,
details.
Frankie, if you just zoom out a little bit.
Yes, sir.
This one, well, probably the biggest one is that the second floor windows, we changed from double hung windows to French casements. And that's because we're using fully custom made steel French doors down here. And you know, they're the sort of old school turn of the century style, you know, welded steel doors. And the company that makes those is going to make these as well as French casements. So that'll be a much better match than we were going to have with double hung windows up there. And then, like I said, I had to mirror image that stair and balcony because of code comments. And I removed the keystones to simplify the facade that faces the street.
Maybe some lanterns or something.
Yeah, there's, yeah, because the light fixtures were not shown on the previous submittal. So there's an iron bracket supporting a lantern coming out here and here. And the roof material was not exactly specified in the previous submittal. It is now specified as Tesla photovoltaic shingles. It's like, just say you're not using a Tesla.
No, Tesla photovoltaic slate will be the
Okay, so,
first installed
yes,
downtown.
Tesla shingles that resemble slate is what George wants to use. That's right. Yeah, I think that's about it. I didn't exhaustively present this when I spoke to you because my understanding from Tori was that the purpose of this second application was mainly about the fact that the shed is a couple of feet higher above sea level than it was before, and she wanted you all to approve that. I had not really envisioned this as bringing every little detail back to you to reconsider, given that it already had conceptual approval. But, you know, whatever you want to do is fine. I suppose you could just final approve this because you have the entire construction document set in front of you if you like.
I guess I would say there are a few fairly obvious changes that are, in my mind, aren't, drastic, but I don't know this board's ever reviewed a Tesla tile roof before, and we need some little information on that. Rather than just sort of slipping it through here.
I agree. I mean, it's nice to see a sample, but we could
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to.
we could move it forward simply with the requirement that roof closure system, sample of the roof
I mean, how
closure system
familiar-
has to be approved.
How familiar is everybody with Tesla tiles and the detail?
Not familiar with.
So I mean, I wouldn't even move forward with anything. I would like to see that as a very concise submittal. That's a big deal.
And that's the only thing that I'm really up in the air on the addition. While on the subject of roofs, I would like to ask, what is your intent in going back on the shed? What type of roof? Will it be a standing seam again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically a metal roof, same as it was.
Okay, and it's just a shed roof, so we're really not talking a lot of detail. It's just a single slope, okay? Kind of back to the shed, if we may. I understand Fillmore's concern about materials and documenting them. But if that comes back to us, I'm not sure where that's going to get us. I think maybe the documentation is given to staff to go in the file, but I don't know how that can really affect the decision that we're going to make. But I do think it's important to document it, but just file. As far as the roof on the shed is concerned, it's we're not really looking at any unusual details because it is a simple shed roof. So I tend to support the demolition, after fact demolition, with documentation in the file, and a condition on that it be a standing seam roof. I would like to see it go back as the tenors read, though.
So Bill Turner, were you making a motion?
Yes.
For the shed.
For the shed only.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
This is agenda item
I'm comfortable
B1.
with the shed.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion on the shed for after the fact approval of demolition with the condition that it be a standing seam and crimped metal roof, tenors red, and that the applicant provide to staff documentation of materials removed and reused. I think photographic documentation, if it's already all in the building now. I think it is. I'll let staff determine what type of documentation.
Have a motion on the floor for after the fact approval of the demolition with demolition of the shed. 2 board comments. 1, that the roof be a standing seam hand crimped metal roof, and 2, that the applicant provide photographic documentation of the materials that have been removed and reused. Do I have a second?
Could you also add in there the tenors red?
Yes.
I'll make a comment before we proceed. I think there should be board conditions, not comments.
You're exactly
Right,
right. They should
right.
be 4 conditions.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill Huey. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
I can support that. Yeah, in fact,
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey.
Yay.
There are a majority and the motion passes unanimously on agenda item B1. So this is after the fact demolition of the shed. Okay, so now we can continue discussion on B2 with the after the fact approval of the alterations. And this is, I think, to both the shed and the new construction. And I think it sounds like maybe we can move one forward and we might be,
See more.
coming to a consensus on a deferral on the
Yeah.
other.
I'm very comfortable with what's going on with the shed, kind of the summary of what Bill just gave. I guess the only question I would ask maybe of my fellow board members. And this is just sort of almost a philosophical question. One of staff's comments was with the fact of the matter now that the windows have to be blanked because of fire rating scenarios, to add dummy hardware. I don't know, is that sort of just taking a faux
The drawing
sensitivity
actually shows
putting icing on top of it? You know what I mean?
That's something I always struggle with.
And
the drawing actually shows hinges on the shutters. It just doesn't show a slide bar. And so I think based on the drawing, the only thing you would add to that would be a
are
slide
they
bar.
actual shutters that can be closed and you can have your rated wall construction, or are they just part of the wall assembly? If you
I picture them actual shutters that you'd have your sheathing plane and then you'd put your 2x window casing and window sill on. And then that creates an 1.5 inch recess that you'd actually put shutters in, so
Okay.
they could be real shutters.
Okay. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes it better.
I don't really have an issue with it because there were windows there before and they are gonna be real shutters. The times I have issue with those is like new construction and people are trying to fake things out.
I think that's when we've said.
Well, I would say then, given that, and if the applicant stated those could be real shutters, then I'm comfortable with, you know, the modifications to the shed that are proposed. And as far as the breaking out, I do think there's, as far as with the masonry building, I just really would like to see a more concise or thorough, presentation of the Tesla tiles and Tesla, documentation that we can get, because we just haven't reviewed it before. It's very precedent setting, potentially. Very important issue downtown, so that alone, I think, would warrant a deferral for it. I'll just call it the masonry building. For that, I do think I would like maybe the board members also weigh in on potentially the other changes. Like I'll just say straight up, I appreciate the quality of the doors that you're using. I appreciate the changes to the proposed fenestration to match the doors. That's all can be done very well. I don't really have an issue with the lanterns and the other things. The stair is a little bit funky. It was a little bit funky before, and now I see it's kind of more bracket supported than post supported. If your engineer or whoever your steel fab guy tells you can build a stair like that, I mean, it's great. And maybe that's very viable to do. I think the visibility of that might be a little bit of an issue now that we might want to consider because it has flipped orientation. But it's the Tesla tiles primarily that's holding me out. I would like to see more on that. So I don't, you know, as far as a quick laundry list, it's really potentially a discussion about has the issue of the keystones been addressed to the satisfaction of the intent of the previous motion made back a couple of years ago, and is the reconfiguration of the steel stair, the visibility of such, an issue for anybody here in discussion, and then also the Tesla tiles. So if we want to discuss the items aside from the Tesla tiles and defer it, as of the Tesla tiles, or we just want to defer it wholesale and review it all as one comprehensive issue. Main reason I said that thing is just give Andrew some indication of where I'm coming from for the things that I would maybe make comments on. There's very few comments, except for the Tesla tiles is really a sticky.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with all. I think some of them are actually, you know, nice improvements. But I am uncomfortable with the roof tiles right now. So I think if we were to defer this, it's more or less a deferral on the tiles. And the rest of it would allow Andrew to move forward. And I would like just an education for future projects too on the tiles.
Yeah, I guess can you real quick, just jump back to one of the site plan sheets. Go way back. No, I guess I would just maybe regarding the modifications to this there and everything. I would appreciate staff's assessment of the visibility of it now that it's more the taller masses to the inboard side of the property than the outboard side of the property. You may still deem it fairly inconspicuous back there. So I would just say that maybe in part of the deferral for this motion is if maybe that determination can be made, that would be helpful as we go through it. I would think rather than just sort of piecemealing this thing all the way through, should we just defer the masonry building right now? Or
That's
should-
what I thought you were getting towards a motion
Yeah.
for
I'm both saying
approval.
is-
of the after the fact. Well, actually, it would be a motion for conceptual approval of the shed.
Yeah.
And final review by staff, and then deferral of the masonry building. And I don't know if we necessarily need to make any comments or board conditions since
Okay.
Andrew's.
I like the way you worded that. I think what I'm trying to explain is the masonry building is further along than just deferral right now, but because of some of those pending issues, like a determination from staff on visibility issues and then the Tesla tiles in the middle, I think that's a fair way to word that. So what you just said, I wish you could say it again because I worded that way as a motion.
Yeah, so
Would you like me to clarify something about the visibility of the stairs? I can answer that.
You could, I guess I would say to staff, I usually rely on staff to make the ultimate determination of the visibility issues.
Yeah, well, basically, you can see a little bit of the stairs from our driveway. You can actually have way more visibility of the side of that building from the next
In the
driveway.
next driveway.
That's, there you get a full view of the side of the hat, at the end of the building. And so actually by pulling the stairs the other way, it reduces the total visibility considerably when you consider the other driveway.
I hope staff, y'all can take that into consideration. I think that's a good point.
Yes, sir. We'll have somebody go out and take pictures.
Right.
so I think the motion that you made.
What was that motion?
Conceptual approval of the historic shed with final review by staff, and then a deferral of the new construction masonry building.
That's my.
Okay, do you have a second?
I'll second.
Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
All in favor?
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
your vote to the majority, and the motion passed unanimously. Do you have any questions?
So, as a point of order, from a zoning and a building department standpoint, in one building, it must be, that hence the hyphen between the two. Does that affect, your decision there? Because in other words, the project really isn't able to move forward until both are considered as one, which they are.
Well, until, well, then we would defer the entire thing. That's the problem is we
Yeah.
have nothing on the.
Right,
I mean, I was trying to give you something to work with there.
That's
I
right.
get you.
And it narrows our areas for discussion at the next meeting, which we've already approved, I guess, the portion of the building, which is
Yeah,
the shed.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all. Okay. Oh, I'll give you a moment.
Would you let me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But nothing came crawling out of there. So.
We're gonna vacuum them up. Thank you for your time. Right back with the back.
Bracket, but right. Yeah. Demolitions.
And who is the applicant for 102 Murray? This one, I know I put those together. I'm gonna hear both of these separately, just so you know, since the second part is sort of contingent upon the demolition being approved, so. I don't know if they're actually gonna be here. We have a factor. Let's go ahead and get started. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview, we are on agenda item 3, 102 Murray Boulevard.
102 Murray is not surveyed in Charlestown circa 1972 in the Old Historic District. The first part, this will be requesting partial demolition of structure, including removal of 2 rear dormers and partial removal of front porch. The other items you listed as demo aren't actually considered demolitions. They weren't listed here. We'll still be reviewing them as changes, not demolition.
I gotcha, okay. Make sure we had it all in one.
It's all on there. It just didn't have to be demo, so I didn't want there to be confusion with them or with you. Okay, so this is the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Some existing site photos. Context of Murray. And I'm going to turn it over to you for demo. You zoom back out. Once I start zooming in, it gets a little weird, so.
And you'll be controlling the slides from your side.
Yeah, since the clicker is acting up, just let me know when to flip.
That's great. Good evening, my name is Jacqueline Curtis. I'm the architect, working on the renovation work over here, 102 Murray Boulevard. We'll begin with the demolition presentation. As Frankie had mentioned, yeah. This house was built in 1972, so it's not a historic residence. As you can see by the Sanborn map, there was 1938, I believe, it was the vacant lot at that point.
Not bothering you.
Yeah,
Just
I'm sorry, yeah, and
I don't want there to be any. How about we pause? I will mute this so that it's not on the Zoom, and if anyone wants to take a little break while it's.
Yeah, let's just call, can we just call a break?
Let's just take a break.
Lindsay,
Really worn
Can
out.
we just call a break, maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's just call it.
And is that okay with you? I'm
That's fine,
sorry.
yes, sorry.
And you just started, so I'll give you your
fine. And yeah, so you want to do demolition first and then.
Demolition, and then you'll give a separate, yeah.
Okay, so demolition. But, so basically, with, it was built in 1972, it's not a historic property as seen in these Sanborn maps, it was a lot. I think it was 1938, go to the next slide. Here's just the street context, as mentioned, this house is on the far west side of the battery, close to the Coast Guard station. And then I just wanted to point out this is the house directly next door, and then on the next slide, you can see the house directly to the right. This one, so a lot of work being done on the street, lots of updates to the existing homes. Slide, and then this is just more closer views of the areas, the items to be removed, demolished, or replaced. Current front porch, typical window, original to the house, and then the garage doors. Proposing to be demolished or removed. And then more images of the windows, bay windows on the rear, that area within the porch, all that is proposed to be removed. And all doors. Okay, and here's the survey. Next slide. This is the ground floor demolition plan. As you can see, once again, all the existing doors, windows, garage doors, everything is proposed to be removed and replaced. Basically, everything's going to be replaced in kind, as will be seen in the next submittal. The brick driveway is also proposed to be removed and probably reworked as concrete. Go to the next slide. Same thing on the second, or I'm sorry, the first floor. All doors and windows to be removed. And the very top portion, well, this will be more relevant or more relevant in the elevations. Well, I'll explain how we're planning to kind of pull that existing front porch apart to prepare for the new front porch to be added. And on the, oh, sorry, yeah, on the top part, just a little portion of the railing on the rear porch will be removed and just in preparation for a new stair to be added on. And the roof of the existing porch to be removed and all windows to be removed. And on the roof plan, or I guess it's the third floor, all the roofing material will be removed and replaced. There's a membrane roof on the rear porch that's starting to fail, so that will be removed and replaced, and then all asphalt shingles will be removed and replaced. And then the bigger item is the two dormers on the rear. We're proposing to remove those in preparation for a permanent stair and access to the existing roof deck above, and also to remove the existing HVAC stand. Those will all be replaced and built in a more up to code way with proper screening on the roof as well. So that's the plan. And then again, just all roofing materials to be removed and replaced. Yeah, it's a little more noticeable in the elevations, but as you can see, all windows and all the windows, well, again, we'll get into this in the next set, but all the windows will be replaced in kind. The cottage style will remain. It'll just be a more modern type window. Verifies that. And I'm sorry, the front porch, you can see that better now. We're proposing to remove it from sort of the base up. So the columns, the railings, and the roof system will come off and be prepared to support the new front porch that we are proposing. So here, all windows and doors, and then dormers on the rear. And the existing roof deck is actually very, really poor condition, lots of water damage. It just wasn't properly waterproofed, and the drainage was ponding on the roof. So there's some repair that needs to be done up there. So that will most likely be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt in kind. The railings and style up there. Okay, great. Well, that concludes the demolition outreach.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Um, Just one, we were on site this morning, but I didn't walk up the front steps, but it looked like the sidelights are those leaded glass panels? Front of the house?
Don't believe so, no. Okay, everything was filled in, close. Too. I believe that's original to the house.
Yeah, they look like without getting up close to it, they look like leaded glass sidelights.
Yeah, I don't believe so. We can confirm, but I don't believe there's much, significance to many of the existing materials. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Kind of along those same lines, can you explain why the existing windows are being removed and what do you mean by replacement in kind? I'm just curious.
Well, the windows are beginning to fail. They're just, they're original to the house. They're not, we see better, they're not insulated, just it needs to be updated, to kind of help that envelope. We proposed the Anderson A-series type window. It'll be cottage style, white trim, everything will be pretty similar to what's there currently. Just an upgrade to the look ultimately.
And how does one currently access that roof deck? Is there some sort of stair from the attic?
There is, it's a scuttle and it's just a very steep, almost ship's ladder type stair that is very difficult to access. They have young children and older parents and they don't like either group to go up there, so.
And last question, do you have any confirmation of the age of the house? Where did you get the 1972?
I believe tax records and yes, real estate records. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, yes, that's true. We have the original drawings as well, so.
Oh, it is 1972, because it looks a lot older than that.
Yeah, but I understand why you're asking for the windows to be replaced. I mean, it's good use Anderson A series there. They're STL windows. I'm not saying I'm not commenting on it other than I understand, but why the front door? That's a pretty elegant front door that's there. Why would you, I was wondering why you wanted to replace the front.
Just again to sort of bring a little new life to this home. The current owners are only the second owners to ever live there. They bought it from the estate of the built the home. And again, just update the materials, the palette. They're going for a very nice new front door that will solid wood. Or that will actually, I think it will improve.
So it's not.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Okay, do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We just have one observation that while the existing front porch is atypical for the street, as most other houses having a porch, full porch, it is a character defining feature of the structure. Our recommendation is denial of demolition of front porch and approval of demolition of rear dormers.
So are the windows not in our purview?
Oh, when we were reviewing them as being replacement in kind. So that would be a.
They're not in kind.
No.
That's why.
That's what I was saying, mistake on our end. Originally, when we wrote those comments, we thought they were a replacement. in fact.
Do you have a staff recommendation on the windows and the door?
I don't have a staff recommendation.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations?
Well, yes, so. So I guess the concern is that the porch is not a full front porch.
No, so we have reviewed items, a request similar to that with the front porch and sort of have a standard comment about that being that while that shape or design front porch is atypical for the street, a lot of the houses on the street have full front porches. We think that that design is a character defining feature of the structure, so we recommend that it stays. That is just standard staff comment for that type of porch or this type of feature.
Well, I guess we're hoping to write a more typical front porch, but.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. And just thinking through, we need to, so windows and doors, and then the rooftop deck as well. And I think that's it, windows, doors, rear dormers, front porch, and the rooftop deck.
Demolition.
Demolition
Yes,
only.
demolition.
So
Right.
when we say, for example, a window, that we would agree, for example, I'm just stating this example, that the windows can be removed. That's all we're saying now. We would look at proposed replacement of the windows in the next portion. You know, we have an issue with that particular item we stated at that point. Because the applicant did state like kind, but that's, we know from foreknowledge that that's not quite like kind.
Well, it wouldn't be before us if it was like, they would just go be a staff, it would be a repair permit, so we wouldn't have any purview over it.
Okay, so what we're just basically saying now is, yeah, those windows that are in there now, if they're not serviceable, you can take them out.
Yeah.
All right.
In going out there, I think that the front, I agree with Frankie, the front portico is sort of a character defining feature of the house. I think it's the most interesting feature on the house. It's got that very strong, unusual round form that you're not seeing on the other houses through there. The octagonal foundation windows are nice. Yeah, the fluted column, the dentil lower fascia, detailing on that, the dental work. I think all that gives some richness to what is otherwise a fairly simple facade. Julia just found a photograph of the front door surround, and it is nice leaded glass in the side lights. So that would be yet another nice feature that would be lost from the house that I think should remain. I think when we're out there, we all agree that the windows were in decent shape, but at the same time, we've allowed some replacements through there. So I don't know how to reconcile that. The garage doors, driving pavement, shingled roof, none of that. I have no issue with any of that. As far as the rear dormers, I do think the dormers themselves may be visible from Pratt Street or South Battery. But I do feel most strongly about the front porch and the door surround.
Right, yeah, I'm totally comfortable with the windows being removed for eventual replacement. And I sort of question the rear dormer to the west, because knowing what's coming, I'm not sure I'm really comfortable with the mass of that extension of the roof deck at the rear. So that, you know, if that weren't gonna happen, then that dormer could remain in place. I think I agree that the front door is a really nice looks like a good quality unit. And in terms of the front porch, I'm on the fence, because I do understand why someone would want a really nice front porch in this location. But I think if someone were gonna do it, or if I were gonna get behind it, it seems like it should be a usable front porch with a depth that you can really appreciate, which would probably entail, you know, new front steps. But that I could really understand a little better than such a narrow front porch.
I agree with pretty much Bill Turner's assessment. But I mean, particular to add right now.
Do you want to keep the existing porch?
Yeah, I guess the only thing maybe I will add. I do agree about the side lights and the entry surround and everything. I don't know if the door itself,
I'm
you
not sure
know,
about
the
that.
idea of maybe going to a wood door, solid, more solid door. I can understand the door leaf itself potentially maybe being replaced, but the side lights are really nice looking, lighting glass, and the surrounds nice, so. I agree with that point.
Yeah, I don't know that the door itself is.
The
an
door
issue.
itself.
Yeah. The slab itself. I
The
think
slab
is
itself.
Reasonable, but I think the drawing kind of indicates the whole thing is going according to the drawing. That's,
Yeah.
yeah, so I agree with you, Bill. I think that the side lights and the surrounding, you say that the door slab itself is eligible for in kind or better replacement. Windows. I started with front porch. I think it on this house, it is a character defining feature. Same time, I understand that a nice big front porch gives a beautiful view. But I think it's a character defining feature, so I'm sort of reluctant. Go along with the demolition of that, and without sort of getting into the weeds on the new design, I agree with Julia about that west dormer. I think that we're about to review the new design, and I think reducing it in volume and would be a good idea, and so that would probably eliminate the need to demolish that dormer. I'm not, you know, I don't have a lot of heartache about saving the dormer, but I think that that rear,
Yeah, I don't.
the new configuration up there probably needs to work.
That's kind of.
So I think at this stage, I might say no, don't demolish that west rear door.
Well, I guess to that point, you know, this is different than other applications where we don't have any further.
I know.
We have further review of what happened, so. I don't know if those dormers are anything super special to me. I mean, as far as. If the intent is to hold it just simply to rein in the extent of what might be to come, I don't.
We have purview.
Yeah, we have purview, so
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm more inclined to not worry about that part, and that's all.
I have no problem with demolition of windows, the dormer, because we have purview over what goes in its place, unlike applications where we're just approving a hole in a roof. Nothing accurate. The porch, I can see the argument with why it's a character defining feature. However, given the age of this house and the location of it, I would be in favor of a larger front porch and removing this feature. And I know we're not getting into the next application, but it really, this hinges on the age of the house and also the location on the prairie. I think this is a candidate for potentially disposing of this feature in favor of a porch.
I just feel like it's a very strong feature, and it does meet the threshold of historic. It meets the 50-year threshold, and think it's the only special thing on the front of that house, other than the door surround.
And I am opposed to removal of the door surround. I do think that's one item that should be retained. Sounds like I might be in the minority on the porch.
Another thing that's, I mean, we know what's coming, so just if that porch were demolished and they did something in the realm of what they're proposing to do. One benefit, I think, is that it decreases the impact of those two garage doors.
Yeah, that is a positive thing with what's being proposed. It does, you do have the garage doors inset, and that is a positive.
So I guess unfortunately, we're sort of in a no man's land of catch-22, like, you know what I'm saying? Am I considering the proposal while deciding the demolition?
Can we go ahead and hear the presentation on what's going back, like we've done on the, like we did on the previous one? Before we take a vote on that one.
Do you want to defer? I mean,
For a few
we know,
minutes?
we're saying we can't consider it, but we have the plans, unlike some. So I think for purposes of board discussion, it's not that we can't, we have the plans in front of us. And again, this is unlike some applications where at a completely separate meeting, we actually have no idea what's going in its place. So I think we can certainly pull up the plans for the next application now. Do you want to do that?
Yes, I would like to hear.
And you'll be able to present the next application, but are you able to pull up here?
I mean, and I'm fine with her doing the presentation, and then we revisit.
And just defer, yeah, just defer this vote until the next presentation.
Motion. I mean, this is an open discussion of an application, so we have to make a motion.
Yes.
Defer it for a few minutes.
So Bill Huey, did you just make a motion to defer agenda item 3 until we have heard agenda item 4?
That's liable to do. Okay, I'm getting the nod.
I'll second that.
I think Julia might have. Julia, did you?
Yeah, you can.
She stole it.
That's fine.
All in favor?
Uh,
Aye. None opposed. Okay, so the motion for deferral until we've heard agenda item 4 passes. So we'll revisit, but did you want to give an introduction overview of agenda item 4?
It's the same.
Oh, okay, well, we'll move straight into the applicant's presentation.
Discuss the changes.
We're just doing all kinds of procedural.
I just put the context in there again in case, so it would be easier to
Okay.
go back and even to see it aerially.
I did the same thing. So essentially my first, I think 6 or 7 slides are exactly the same, yeah. So you'd have all that information as well. Items proposed to be removed. Okay, so, go ahead to the slide, yeah, there you go. So this shows the foundation plan and the location of the proposed front porch extension. We are bound by some zoning requirements, setbacks. That's the reason the porch is pinched in a little bit, not the full width of the front elevation. Also, we're running into some issues with the stair. We felt the best solution there is to leave the existing stairs intact and the existing foundation of the current porch, build the new porch around those parameters and then work from there. Also aligning these new, I think, very nice arched openings with new garage doors that will be replacing those standard white doors that are currently there. We've selected a very nice carriage style door for that location. And we feel that it just creates a much more prominent entry. Again, recessing those doors so they're an eyesore right now. I mean, everyone, if those white doors or garage doors, not great. So it's just creating, I just feel a little a much more appropriate entry for a stately home in downtown Charleston. And then also on the rear, I just want to point out the addition of the new steps coming from the first floor to provide access from the living area to the backyard rather than working down through the center of the house and out through the first floor or the ground floor level. Right, if you want to proceed. Next slide, that's the demolition plan you just saw, so you can go to the next one. And this is the proposed first floor plan. Again, you can see the location of the proposed front porch. And then the new stair on the rear. There's the next, I guess, 2 slides up, yeah. And then the third floor, you can see the new front porch roof plan. And the changes to the slide, thanks. And then the new third floor plan. Again, I know, so this is following the request to remove the 2 dormers. As you can see, we were able to put a new permanent stair in that would allow a much more accessible way to reach that existing roof deck that's there. It's just a really nice feature that is almost unusable right now the way the house is. And then the act of kind of creating one larger dormer that aligns with the structural elements below just makes that third floor much more usable space. Right now it's a little bit, the head height is a little difficult. And then also relocating the HVAC units and creating a more screened unit area for those to sit. Slide. And then that's the demo plan, so you can go to the next one. Thanks. And then this is the proposed roof plan with, again, showing the rebuilt and extended roof deck, roof deck and the new stair location on top of that adjusted dormer. And can you go to the next slide, please? And then the next slide will be fine. This is the proposed elevation showing the sign of the new front porch. See that entry element, the 2 arches, kind of framing the new garage doors, and the existing stairs remaining intact. Again, this is the proposed elevation. You can see the expanded dormer and roof to the left, and then the new proposed porch to the right, and the new stair on the rear. Go ahead. Next one. And this is the rear elevation showing new dormer and HVAC screened area and new stair on the back. Next slide, please. And then this elevation and showing a proposed porch, stair on the rear, and extended roof deck. And next slide, please. So, building section, showing the location of the porch, sort of in regards to everything else, and then the roof deck above. Okay. Some details in all sections. And this may be we proposed to, and this is all contingent upon where the porch ends up. Proposes to use similar material, similar a column style as what is there now, or however would be open to a square column or a round column that's not quite as well, it's not as fluted. But that's something, I mean, but that was just something that's come up in the last few weeks that thought we would discuss as well. Go to the next slide, please. And then just a detail of the way the stair system will work, going from the 3rd floor to that existing deck. And then here are the proposed door elevations. And the garage door as well. You can see how they were intending to update that front door entry. The majority of the remaining doors and windows will just be designed as they are, to match as they are now. And then again, window elevations and details. Then those are all just being removed and replaced to match what is currently in the home. Except I guess along the rear where those bay windows are proposed to come out, and we would put in just windows that are flush with the existing, the exterior wall. Next slide, please. Yeah, and there's some rendering. So hopefully communicate the massing between the porch and the stair. Oh, and then included lots of the cut sheets and kind of material that we had at that point that was preparing this presentation.
A couple of quick questions. The new porches block the brick veneer.
Correct.
Okay, and you did, the coins aren't shown, the coins on the corner aren't shown on the drawing. Is that I'm just curious about the relationship between two things, one, the porch and the coins, and then the porch roof and the coins, because that's a pretty tight space with the existing garage doors. And I was wondering, because if that's an 8-inch block with a brick veneer, that's say
Yes.
9, 10, 11, that's 11 or so inches of, depending on what the veneer is, of inches of wall there. Is it up against the coins, or is it how far off?
It's pretty close. It's there's a little space between the.
There's a little bit of space between.
Yes, but I've gone back and forth about adding the coins to the edge of the porch, but it's such a small, I don't.
Yeah, because I mean, the porch extends out past obviously out past the brick veneer on the base. I'm wondering if that's going to get on those coins. The overhang of the roof is going to get on the coins.
That was part of my concern. The other thing is it looks like the column is actually bearing partly on top of the arch instead of firmly over.
It is. That's a structural issue. I mean, I think it could be, you could deal with that question with the alignment. I mean, that's a different question. Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Any questions, guys? No questions?
Would you and your client entertain the notion of seeking a front setback variance if you could have a porch that was a standard kind of usable depth? Change the steps?
We've discussed with zoning sort of that process. And they were a little worried about the timeline and potentially not getting that variance and then having to start over again with the redesign. Yeah, we have talked to zoning. The owners opted not to go forward with the.
So you would need a setback variance from the front, and would you need them from the side yards too?
Yes,
as well?
yes, it's
Okay.
really, yeah, it's pretty tight on that. I think the existing building is actually over the.
So you're kind of filled out that setback.
Yeah, and if you go back to the, well, it should be on the site plan, but you can see it's pretty pinched right there, and especially on the plan right side is where it's pretty tight.
What is the depth? of the porch?
5'4", so a little structure.
But I thought you had pulled the porch in so that you didn't have a side setback issue with the porch. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, so currently it's sitting within, oh, I'm sorry, yes, it's
Okay.
sitting within the side setback, but the way, yes, the way the setback comes across. But yeah, that's it. But then we're also dealing with the location of the current garage doors too, because we didn't want to rework,
Okay.
that's the structural masonry.
Any other questions?
One small one, on your window schedule, you're showing some octagonal windows. Where are those octagonal windows?
Those are in that curved portion of the existing front porch.
Even,
Did you see this morning? It's on the base.
yeah, even though, yeah, I'm aware of them, but even though you're covering that over with a porch, you're,
We plan, so that will still be, the porch is gonna be very open. There's 2 arches on either side and then arches on the
yeah,
front. So
yeah,
I think
you
it'll
could,
still be
you
very
could look
just,
around the corners.
yeah, so we're basically
Okay.
just
All
keeping
right,
it,
okay, okay.
preserving it, but yeah, it will be.
Hiding it.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense now.
Just, okay. And one thing I forgot to mention, I mean, it was in our submittal and the color palette was, color selections were on there, but okay, is that part of, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, they're also proposing to
The
paint the existing
pink
colors.
colors.
Yes, the pink colors.
Yeah.
So the body would be Aunt Betty's China and the shutters would be quill. Again, just not historic brick. We feel it's a little more in keeping with the downtown palette, to sort of paint it and make it a little more cohesive, especially if we do end up doing, a new porch, just to tie everything together, rather than making it, well, and trying to match the brick. That was the request to mention.
Any other questions?
Other than needing the porch brick, new brick for the porch not matching, and then the needing to paint the house, are you altering any of the openings that would necessitate having problems matching and need to paint for other reasons as well, or?
No, the only other item I could see that would be nice to tie it all together is the dormer change on the back, on the rear, so that would, if that was painted the same color as the body of the house, I think that would make things tie together.
But there are no other reworking, there's no reworking of the existing brick on the house that would require you to paint to cover up, okay,
That's what I'm gonna
or
go,
patching, okay,
no, it should be going back to the same opening, that's what.
okay.
There.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Any public comment? All right, Frank, if you give a few staff comments and recommendations on agenda item 4, please.
Slide, I'm sorry, I must have copied it from there twice. Apologies. So staff had observations that, while roof deck and rear dormers are minimally visible, there are lines of sight from Murray Boulevard, Trout Street, and South Battery. Building out the front porch does help recess the garage doors. Front porch, proposed front porch roof is steeper than typical, but that is help fill in space between the first and second floor windows. And the applicant, to confirm materials of dormer, I think I think the drawing we were looking at the time didn't have the siding labeled, but I saw it was labeled on one of the other elevations.
Okay.
So, I noticed, I meant to make that comment. So staff conditions for approval, detailing and trim on dormer windows is needed. We recommend reducing the space between the louvers on the HVAC screen, so this more mimics siding and blends in. If the demo was approved, proposed porch would preferably extend to the full width of the house. And the porch is very shallow, and we would recommend attempting to increase the depth of the porch. Study porch wall section, roof pitch and detailing. The details feels sort of flimsy. We were concerned about the structure of it and recommend thickening them. Staff recommendation was conceptual approval with staff comments. And that was if the demo was
Please
approved.
give public comments.
There were none. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations?
And so I screwed up with the slide. If you would like this, I'm sure that. Helpful. I'm sorry, when I was copying
Okay,
it,
no,
I copied Murray, the number 3 twice. Oh, sorry. Technology was fighting with me all day today.
Okay, and again, I guess the main points I would like to make back in response to that, again, with the proposed porch, its size very much restricted by zoning, without giving variances. But also the way, since that is a double entry lot of the 2 driveways, reworking those stairs is going to be it's doable, but it would be a task, cost wise and design wise, I would think. So that, again, that's kind of what led us to leaving the stairs intact and coping with the depth that is now. But
Thank you. Frankie, with staff, did y'all approve the painting as well? For painting the
If you had approved the demo of the porch, we were okay with the painting.
for the whole house?
To help the new porch one, we were okay with that. So it should have been here on staff observation number 5, which is blank for some reason. Like I said, the technology was fighting with me today, so I'm very sorry.
Okay. All right, public comment and the output presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Are we talking about demo or new?
Well, I think
Both.
both.
Okay.
We kind of talked about demo.
We've talked about demo, so I think now probably the biggest question, well, is the porch.
Yeah, that's my biggest issue is that porch being so shallow. What was a 5'4"? And it's not a usable porch. It's purely decorative. It's gonna be. So I've got problems with just things that aren't usable. I mean, if it's gonna be a porch, it needs to be a functioning porch. I agree. I think it might be a problem when you're going up against the coins. So, and that's another thing that's fighting the porch or space between the garage doors and the coins. So I just don't think the porch is working. My other main concern is when you're looking at the house through the neighbor's garage to the neighbor's driveway to the right, those stairs going to the roof deck are going to be very, very visible. And should that happen, or is there a better way for it to happen? But that's my other main issue there, or the visibility of those stairs going up the back of the house.
I tend to agree with Bill on the front. I'm not sure that 5 foot deep porch is warrants the loss of the original porch. And so, I mean, I'd like to say that no change up there warrants the loss of the porch, but I'm not sure that's an accurate statement. That's really not a useful porch. I also have the same concerns, just the fact that the way it's drawn right now, I think something's going to land on those coins. That's probably fixable, but it gets that space then to drive through into the garage doors really, really tight, and to pull it in to make sure that nothing lands on the coins. And I think it would be unfortunate if something ended up landing on those coins in the design. The dormer on the back, I think the new dormer is with the extended roof deck. I understand the need for a better stair, but by extending the roof deck all the way back, you get a pretty big mass on the back of roof, which, to my eye, it looks, sort of, cluttered and disunified with the rest of the architecture on the back of the house. And so I think it's, an access there, a more reasonable access with the stairs certainly is doable, but I think it needs a little more work.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to some sort of access. I just think that what's being proposed, it needs to shrink in mass. And maybe that entails some of it being internalized. I don't know if there's a way that it could both happen.
You could certainly shrink it if that roof deck didn't come all the way back. If the roof deck were reduced a little bit in size and accommodate the stair, that would shrink that mass on the back of the house. And I think you could probably get a little more consistency in design too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would say regarding the porch, agree with the comments that you guys have made. The seeming advantage of recessing the garage doors back, as a positive. I think there are a lot of other extenuating issues that are being presented here, especially engagement of the coins that you mentioned. The fact that the opening to the garages is being basically replicated some 5 feet forward, is not leaving enough really support to the outboard side of those arches. I mean, it's called out of 9¼ inches of support wall to the end of that archway. Very narrow and odd, and I think it's just reading as is just forced in between elements that just don't want it to work in a logical way. The depth of the porch is also an issue, and the fact that it's sort of becoming a treatment of facadism rather than function. And I'm sort of would be, as far as what's showing up is the detailing of that proposed porch. I would look at the fact that there's so much detail potentially being lost with the removal of the existing portico. The porch being sort of defined as a much simpler, more sort of basically detailed element, I think is really a loss of detail to the overall composition of the facade. If a porch were rethought, there's a lot of things that I think would need to be refined with the detailing or solving the issue with the coins. It may just mean that any degree of a porch may need to be pulled inboard of the garage doors anyway. And then potentially working on the stair. I would think that any loss of detail, because the one thing about the existing portico that was there is it did have the little dental details and things that actually are on other parts of the house. So there was a design composition, at least a theme that was sort of working, and I would look for that the level of detail to any potential replacement of that would need to be just as refined. The depth of the entablature here, the presentation of a really wide fascia and almost marginally visible and sort of beam, if you will. It's totally awkwardly proportioned. That needs some major refinement. Again, I'm not saying I'm adverse necessarily to replacing it, but I can just say that as what I'm reading here, and not trying to make any slight to the applicant at all, but in my mind, it's not an even replacement, even to the credit of, say, recessing that garage door. As far as the rooftop deck, I do agree with some of the comments that you guys have made as far as the appearance and massing of that deck. I'd like to believe that some of that element can be pulled in and then potentially maybe just the stair element that does access that rooftop deck could be screened in some apparatus, at least from the side, so that it might appear to be, at least as you walk down the street and view it from those oblique angles, a screened presence of something on both sides. And also, I think it might be good if that extension of the width of the deck there is straight back as shown, might be able to be slightly pulled in or something to get just a little bit of reveal and recess, because it is kind of nice the way that deck engages the hips of the roof line. And it'd be nice, I think if you saw it on that oblique, that the hip came up, engaged a corner, and then maybe it was pulled in slightly. That might also help with the visibility issue that's going on here. So, yeah, to me, the porch as proposed is not tipping the scale away from the portico that's there. But again, I would say if it's deemed that the portico is or could be removed, I would think that a much better refined porch element would need to be proposed in its place. I guess the final thing I would just want to bring up is what we're going to say about the window replacement. The applicants presented a good window for replacement. I use that product a lot. I specify that product is on my office. Now, is that product viable as a replacement window? Because it is clad with a product that basically, for all intents and purposes, is fiberglass. It's Fibrex, but it is, for all intents and purposes, it's a fiberglass cladded window. It has a wood sash construction, and but the outside cladding of that is, again, for all intents and purposes, fiberglass. Want to bring that up.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Staff, have we approved STLIGs in this location because of its exposure before? I'm trying to.
So I kind of think it's based on, to me, the age and the condition of what's there.
Yeah, I don't know if
Place.
we have done it in this location. It has previously been based on age.
Yep.
As Julia said, I don't know that we've done it in this location, but it's been based on age when it has been decided.
It's been done nearby, but not on, well, yeah, house from the 80s.
That's what I thought. I'm just
All right, so
wondering.
just a few things to add. The coins are not shown on the drawings. I think it would help you if they were, because I don't think they're quite as wide as people are fearing. And I think there's probably a way to thread that needle without, ramming into them. I do think the porch, if it's gonna happen, would need some intervention, because I think you probably would want to widen it at least a few inches to make that the ends vertical supports viable width. And the front setback, I think you essentially need to pull those stairs forward a couple risers worth if you want to make the porch work and have it be a reasonable depth that you can use. I have no issue with the replacement windows proposed. I think they're nice, and we know they're durable, and they're, effectively in kind, philosophically, sort of. And then the rear dormer mast, I'm not comfortable with that extension of the dormer mast just to create a larger roof deck for a table or something, and the enlargement of the hangout space on the attic floor. I don't mind the stairs themselves, and I really don't think they would have that much of a visual impact, even if they were not screened, but screening them could be helpful. So I think we need to make a motion for both of these things, and I'm inclined to want to defer them both for. It sounds like because the porch is like, it's like a trading situation.
Yeah, I do think that the.
And is it even worth it to approve some of them?
Yeah.
I know we've got some consensus on some of the items,
Sure.
but what were you
Yeah,
saying?
the porch is the hang up, right?
That's the porch.
Yeah.
Although I do think the portico could be improved. Yeah, it's
What could?
the portico, the existing portico, it's got that heavy, almost second fascia. You've
Uh-huh.
got the lower fascia that's got the dentil on it, and then you've got that heavy one above.
Could
and
be approved.
The demo?
It could be improved.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I thought you meant the demo.
I'm sorry, I'm getting
Yeah.
off
Yeah.
here, yeah.
And I forgot to say that I completely agree, the proposed porch needs refinement of details if it's gonna work. So, I mean, I think for all those reasons, I think I would make a motion for deferral for both of them. If they want to consider replacing the porch, like they have some work to do to determine whether that's something they want to make happen.
So I'll handle one at a time. We have a motion on the floor for agenda item 3, which is the demo. A motion for deferral. I guess it's a second motion for deferral.
Do you want some elaboration or, deferral to allow the applicant to,
Well, I think this is the demo, so I think it would be part of the next motion to allow the applicant to refine the detailing. Okay, so just your motion for deferral, to have a second, Julia's motion.
I'll second.
Bill Turner. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
in favor?
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to majority and the motion passes unanimously. And now a motion. Did you want to make a motion for deferral? Agenda item 4. To allow the applicant to refine the detailing on the porch.
And to consider pursuing zoning, to reconsider the front porch based on board comments, I guess.
I don't know if this needs to be part of the motion, but I agree with what Bill was talking about. There's a lot of the fenestration on the existing building that's not being shown, like the coins, some of the brickwork around arches, that sort of stuff. So I want, when these come back, I'd like to see, and the fluting of the columns, I'd like to see more of that fine fenestration shown on the drawings.
Okay, so how's this?
I'd throw out one more quick comment before you do that, or just for the applicant, just double checking with Anderson. I'm not sure if you're working with standard sizes. Just double checking your sizes and making sure you can get pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Yeah.
So did you want that to be a comment, the proposed?
No, I was just throwing that.
All right, so I think what the motion is. A motion for deferral to allow the applicant to restudy the front porch and consider pursuing a zoning variance and to refine the detailing. All right, do you have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
You, Bill Turner, the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Moore,
Yay.
Julia,
In favor?
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Do y'all have any questions? I do want you to leave here, not being confused.
You wanted to relook at both the roof deck and the front porch, correct, and revisit.
I think it was really focused on the porch.
Well, I think there were several comments on the roof deck as well. I would just say, these things gonna be on YouTube in an hour or whatever. I'd go back and listen to the whole discussion. Yeah, that might be a help.
So I guess there's 2 items that we are, well, we just like to just kind of move, because I was the painting of the house and the window replacements, that also need to, or said.
Yeah, that all needs to come back before the board.
We never really discussed the painting.
We didn't.
And I think the painting was kind of contingent on whether the porch happens or not, right? I mean, because
Yeah.
it's not really necessary if you don't do the new porch. So it might be a different calculus.
So all items will come back before the board, but we'll likely have much less discussion at the next meeting.
I hope so.
Thank you all.
And just for your information, Staff has provided sort of like an email or something to applicants before if they needed to go to zoning for a request like this, saying that, you know, the board were suggested or kind of recommended that the, you know, a porch be deepened or something, to kind of help support your request.
Okay.
So I'm happy to write something up and email that to you.
Sure, okay, yes, we'll take all this back to the homeowners and then.
Absolutely.
Is there a specific distance where you feel it's a functional porch, so we can have an understanding of, if it's 5'4" now, is that 6 feet, is that 7 feet, is that, where does that line kind of stop with y'all to where you feel comfortable that it is deemed usable?
That kind of a tree.
I feel like 7 would be like a minimum for that.
7 at the
Limitation.
outer edge, 7 to the back of the homes.
Two tread depths feels right to me, like if you could pull that stair out 2 steps worth.
All right, agenda item 5 is 1 Rosemont Street, the front house, unit B. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
On Rosemont Street, is a category 4 in Cannonboro, Elliott Borough, circa 1890 in the Old City District, requesting demolition of a 3-story structure. This is the front house, unit B. This is the property's location on Rosemont, with this front unit being the one considered. Some existing site photos. Context of Rosemont. Architecture inventory from 1985. And Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And we'll turn it over to the applicants.
Thank you. My name is Colin Colbert with CKC Properties. You all heard this presentation about a month ago, so I am back again and I will go through it again for you. We have acquired 158 Spring Street, which includes 4 parcels, about 27,000 square feet of land that backs up to this parcel at 1 Rosemont Street. We have worked with the owner to extend our due diligence to get through this meeting and a little bit beyond, with the hopes of acquiring this property and preserving the rear structure while demolishing the front structure. And I'd strongly urge the board to consider this application for demolition of the front structure and the preservation of the rear structure for 4 reasons. The front structure only it's in such poor condition that if it is to be preserved, we estimate that about 10% of the historic material would be left on the outside of the facade. Therefore, I'm not sure how much of the historic integrity will be left other than the form. Secondly, removing the home will have a very positive impact on the adjacent neighbors. Right now, it blocks ADA egress to some of the rear lots. There's rodent infestation, and if you review the structural report that's part of our application, it is in imminent concern of collapse. So it's not very safe to have it next to the house. Thirdly, I think the historic benefit of reintroducing Rosemont to the Cannonboro-Elliott Borough neighborhood far outweighs the historic loss of this front structure. In the 1960s, when the Septima Clark Parkway came through, now known as the Crosstown, Rosemont used to be a slow street off of Bogart Street. Once that cut through it, severed it from the neighborhood. And if we are able to acquire this, along with our parcels at 158 Spring Street, we'll be introducing a pedestrian walkway from Rosemont to Spring, reintroducing this to the neighborhood with safe egress into Cannonboro-Elliott Borough. So I think that benefit far outweighs the negative impact of removing the front structure. Fourthly, and I know this is an uncomfortable thing for us to talk about, but the financial reality of the situation and the risk of losing both structures, I think needs to be considered tonight. These structures are 400 square foot structures, each heated. They're not practical for modern living. They may have been at one point, but they now are not. With that in mind, I do not see them being feasible for any investor to acquire as a standalone project. The only chance of these homes being preserved is if an adjacent property owner doing a development such as us or a preservation group takes them on and loses money essentially renovating them, because it will never value out once you put $200,000 or $300,000 in each of them, and they're only 400 square foot homes. So I ask you tonight to consider this opportunity to save the rear structure, because if we don't take this opportunity, I'm concerned that both houses will be lost. And we'll be reading about this in the newspaper within the next decade, that there's been a collapse of one and then a collapse of the other. And at that point, they're all gone. So what I'm doing tonight is provide an opportunity to save one. Perfection's the enemy of the good, and I encourage you to consider this application. Thank you.
Carl, do you have anything that shows that connection you're talking about, how it would impact that front structure?
No, it's not necessarily the connection that would drive the demolition of the front structure. It's being able to expand our project into the back.
Wait.
I'm kind of lost on that.
We're not asking to demolish the front structure because it allows us to access through it. We could access through it and keep the front structure.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we can't justify acquiring the property if we can't expand our development into where that front
Oh,
structure
what
is.
do you mean by expanding?
Build a
connecting?
house there?
Building a house, or, you know, utilizing the space for our development, because if not, we're left with a 400 square foot shed essentially that would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to renovate. We can do that with the other one and eat that loss, but if we do it with the front one, it no longer makes sense financially for us.
So the thought is maybe a new house for where the footprint is of north.
Yeah,
In that area, not the exact. that area.
yeah, and to be honest, we haven't really put much thought into how this design would tie into that. We just were approached by the adjacent property owner and said, you know, before we move forward with our design, we'll see if we can remove this and expand our building back. And that's where we're at now.
And
Did you consider swapping and demolishing, like, I know this is all hypothetical, but did you consider erasing the south resident? Because it seems to be in a little worse shape and less distinctive.
I think the north residence is in better shape. The south no, I'm sorry. You're right. No, it's actually the rear residence is in better shape than the front residence.
And I
There's
didn't
more
stare at it, but I think there's more historic integrity on the north one. Okay, just curious.
And also the front one, you know, we obviously reached out to the neighbors of Rosemont, talked through it. And a lot of their concern is that you guys visited the site, obviously, there's that turn getting to the back there.
Yeah.
And it gets really tight on that corner there. Also, there's a tree growing through foundation on the front one.
So, all right, so it's not really to allow for a pedestrian corridor, it's more to justify it economically.
Exactly. And my concern is that we can barely justify it economically, having it provide extra density for us next door. So I can assure you, no one else will be able to justify it economically.
so, if you're gonna save the south structure,
Yes.
and it's 400 square feet too, what's it gonna be? Or do you know, or is there a use?
It could be, you know, a single story rental unit. It's not a profitable unit to restore, but it's something that we will do as a condition of this demolition.
So there, I mean, I guess there would be the option of taking the south residence and moving it up side by side with the north residence and then build behind.
Yeah, I don't know.
Connecting them to make 800 square.
Possibility of relocating the north residents and saving them both. If they're gonna be a 400 square foot rental property, it could be 250 square foot.
But then that's the problem, is it takes a unit out of the density we would gain next door, which could be a more viable rental property that's a lot less expensive to build and a lot more, I'll be able to charge more in rent because it's not, 400 square feet where you're living in your bathroom and your kitchen.
Would it make any sense, say if if they were put side by side, whichever way you do it, and doing some sort of a sympathetic hyphen to where they would become one unit?
We've ran the numbers in a multitude of ways. We considered moving it on our site, as more of like a communal living space. And we're also dealing with, if you look at the map of 158 Spring, there's the largest live oak on the peninsula in the corner of that lot. So we're obviously staying outside of that structure. So there's no real good place to set this thing down unless you want to put it in a building that could be, 3 stories and much more profitable from an investment standpoint.
Stop talking about profit.
I know, it's the ugly truth of the situation, and I think if you think about it pragmatically, there is no chance someone's gonna buy these to renovate them, and there's an opportunity that we can save one of them. And that's what I hope that you can consider. And it's not the same as the people that come in and say, this 200 or 2,000 square foot house, it's too expensive to renovate. Everyone knows you can sell that. You can make a profit on that. There's no way to, do you know anyone that would pay $500,000 to live in a 400 square foot shed?
I sold one about this size for $650.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Now, of course, our mandate is not to consider
No.
cost.
No, but what I'm asking you to consider is what's best for the preservation of this site. What would provide the best preservation outcome for this site? And I think this is, if you look at the reality of the situation, the best preservation outcome for the site. And whatever you sold, I'm sure it was not on a cul-de-sac
No,
off of a
no.
thoroughfare,
No, it wasn't.
Any other questions for the applicant? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Okay.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, thank you for meeting us at the site a few months ago. HCF has reviewed the application for demolition to the historic structure of 1 Rosemont Street. Unfortunately, the building is in poor condition and will require extensive work to rehabilitate. However, the building retains its architectural integrity, and we have seen many historic buildings that were in worse condition rehabilitated. 1 Rosemont contributes to the historic character of the area, and we respectfully recommend denial of this application. We hope that the applicant can find a way to include rehabilitation of this building as part of the scope of this project. And we also suggest that a potential use that might be profitable for both of those small structures of the short-term rental.
That's the question of this public lady. Could you maybe sell just a little piece of the Nathaniel Russell house and helps out?
Small piece.
Just a little piece.
My name is Dusty Rhodes. I live at 6 Rosemont Street, and this is the neighbor Colin was talking about. Me and my wife, she couldn't be here. She's a resident in USC, works late hours, but she would be if she could. She's the one who uses a wheelchair, and we've kind of made 6 Rosemont accessible, and are fortunate to be actually building a house at 4 Rosemont, also accessible. It is really difficult, and it was tough to figure out access back there as far as vehicular traffic goes. We made it work. I put a lot of work into 6 Rosemont and reconfigured the front porch so that we would move those stairs into the porch, gain another 4 feet, have about 16 feet of space between front porch of 4 and the corner of the front at North Residence at one. Just enough space, it works. One day it didn't work for my wife. She got flustered in driving her van back there and like almost tore the van door off, so that sucks, but we chose the spot. But is definitely one big reason that we're in support of demolishing the property. And if it did have to be relocated, which I did want to bring up kind of a couple thoughts on that. You know, the renovation for it would definitely surpass the 50% rule. So, you know, it need to be brought to code, hopefully moved into like the proper setbacks, which I'm not really sure what they are for the kind of configuration of that lot. But, you know, moving it within the new, you know, proper setbacks, what does that look like, you know, for both of those in that new configuration? Let's see what else. Got a couple thoughts. Yeah, probably need raised, but that's just part of moving it. Right now it's, yeah, I think within like 1 foot of the property line, you can kind of see a little sliver of space there to the east. And yeah, it's definitely problematic for us and most people on the street. I know another person wrote a letter and others are in support of it as well. Just it kind of being a rundown safe haven for rodents and such, and is kind of unsettling at night. One day I was walking past it and a brick from it slid down the roof and landed next to me. And I looked up and a bird had taken off. It was a brick from the chimney. Stuff like that, you know, so that could have been a really bad day for me, but it wasn't. Yeah, the van. Setbacks. And then just, it's, well, like you said, unrelated to actually demolishing it, but that pedestrian access from Rosemont to Spring would be really crucial actually, because the only way for people to leave Rosemont Street when it floods is to go out to the crosstown and walk to get to Bogard or President. And there's natural high ground at the south end of this lot. So being able to walk through it to get to Spring would actually be really important in a lot of different ways. So those are my considerations for y'all. Support demolishing the North Residence. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also appreciate the applicant speaking with us about this project. These Friedman cottages are significant in their context as sister houses in a section of this neighborhood where so much has been lost. And while the level of deterioration is unfortunate, we urge the applicant to think creatively about options for the larger site that would make rehabilitation of both cottages feasible. Through the Preservation Society's Carolopoulos Award Program, we have celebrated the rehabilitation and adaptive use of several buildings of similar size and condition, such as the Jackson Street cottages, 227 Nassau Street, as well as the former sweet shops at 92A and B Spring Street. Our architectural heritage is finite and irreplaceable, and as we see great potential for creative redevelopment here, we ask that the board deny this request so that both buildings can be preserved. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking for the public? All right, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Raven Collins, I'm sorry, this is out of order, but it's not a flood zone, right? Is that X?
It's partial flood zone. So the lot split, it's X and AE 11, I believe, or AE 10.
But it wouldn't need to be elevated, if I remember. I think we talked about that last time, right?
I think where it's at now is above. I don't know if, you probably know better than me, it's above the 10 MSL that it's required to, but I don't know if it needs to move up for freeboard or if it's allowed to just stay above the floodplain.
Okay, so staff just had the observation, gosh, why is this in here so many times? I'm sorry, y'all. I had so many problems trying to copy slides in earlier. I don't know what's. Staff had the observation that the existing structure is a Freedman's Cottage, which are unique to Charleston, and is the sister house to the structure at the rear of the property. Structure retains its original form and many details. Staff recommendation is denial.
Thank you. Brian, Colin, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
I guess just thank you to the preservation groups for meeting with me, and you mentioned short-term rentals as potential, and from my conversations with the neighborhood, allowing short-term rentals in unzoned areas it would be an uphill battle with zoning, so I don't know.
Is it in the commercial STR district? Yeah.
It's zoned residential, but it's in the overlay.
It's in the overlay?
Yeah, you need
That's commercial zoning.
So, okay, so it doesn't have to be owner occupied then.
yeah.
Did you? Was that it? Did you want to respond to anything else? We sort of got off.
I think I agree that anything can be saved, and like I said, the goal here is to do what gives the site the best chance of preservation, taking into account the reality of the situation. That's what I'm trying to get across.
All right, public comment, and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
These are always so tough. Especially since it's a Freedman's Cottage, because there's just a small finite number of those in the city, and there are even far fewer that haven't been heavily modified. And so what makes this property so unusual is that you have two sister Freedman cottages, and neither one of them have been heavily altered. They still have their pure forms. And it's just sort of a rare combination. Like Colin said, I think just about anything can be rehabilitated. But I understand the finances behind these things. But I would hate to see these go. I mean, it's just because they're, like I said, they're rare, and it's even rarer to find a pair of sisters on one lot.
Yeah, I guess I just can't base a decision on economics alone, and they are at least the northernmost one. You can really see everything all the details are still there. And it's been very disrespected for decades, and everything around it has kind of just eaten it. And it hasn't been maintained at all, but if the justification for erasing it is purely economic, although I see the logic and I understand your intentions and you do a lot of great things, I can't swallow that as a justification for allowing it to go. Because that would be the only justification I could come up with.
Maria, this one is really hard. I think normally it would. I think my concern here is I know we're never supposed to think about finances, and I'm not so much thinking about, oh, it's more cost effective to only save one of them, but what I don't want to happen is they both are destroyed 10 years from now and nothing happens to them.
Exactly.
However, these are two Freedman's cottages on the same lot, and I'm struggling with that. But I really, in this case, I'm looking at the realities of where it's located. I think another argument in my head against demolition is we already have the crosstown come through and destroy so much of the history in that area. And this will be a further destruction, but sometimes I can see taking the economic realities into account when, I mean, these have been sitting here. I think I saw the current property owners owned this since 98 and just nothing.
That shouldn't have rewarded.
It shouldn't be rewarded, but I'm concerned that is there some is there some justification to save the South Cottage? I'm on the fence, but this is a tough one for me.
Well, I guess I'll throw in, I don't, maybe don't understand all the ramifications of what you're talking about. As far as the, there it is. As far as the ramifications of, you know, potential use of the property if the building were removed. I'm not sure if that's attributed to one of the adjacent properties, one side or the other, which property it is, if it's a vehicular issue, if it's whatever. It would be more of a comprehensive site plan, but just in a rudimentary view of what's going on over there. There is some degree of pedestrian access past those buildings now. I think you stated that over to Spring Street. None, not
I mean,
official, but there's room. I'm looking at a Sanborn where there is a piece of property, maybe, you know, again, I don't have a comprehensive site plan. I'm looking at a Sanborn, where there was a strip of property.
There's the space there.
There's space there. I would say for everything we've talked about with regards to the form of the Freedman's Cottage and the fact that those are rare and really those are definitely small diminutive homes, but they're special homes. And they're the ones that have been rehabilitated, most of them really well. And I think the people that are using those are very happy with them. I just would say flat out, maybe this is something I would never see as an application, but I'd be more than willing to entertain an idea of maybe combining these two cottages with some form of a hyphenated connection. And indeed making maybe what is 400 square feet, 800 plus square feet, 1,000 square feet, maybe even with a hyphenated connection. If it's done right, that could even solve maybe some accessibility issues and some other things because you could handle some of those things within the hyphen. So, and it might even be that this property could even be deemed to give some form of access easement over to Spring Street or something like that. I don't know how all that's set up. But, the idea of losing one to save the other, I mean, I hear the discussion on that, but I guess I would openly state for the record, if it were me and I was judging and evaluating on everything we've heard, and if someone came and proposed a joining of these buildings, an effort to combine the square footage to make it viable, I would entertain that. I would entertain it openly. I would probably be encouraged by that. So I'm just saying that for just to put it out there. I don't know how everybody else feels about it. I know there was some mention about potentially connecting properties, but you know, I would like to think that maybe there's something there that can be done as well. Because suddenly, you know, maybe 800, 1,000 square feet does seem kind of viable economically if we're going to go to that discussion. So.
Well, and if we're talking about profitability too, I mean, we mentioned it earlier, but this property is within that commercial overlay. So any short-term rental, unlike everywhere else in the peninsula, doesn't have to be owner occupied. So maybe the neighbors don't like it, but you could give an access. But both of these or a combined one could be short-term rentals.
You do have to have commercial zoning in the overlay district to short-term.
That's true.
Yeah, we did, yes.
And zoning was not interested.
I've talked to the neighborhood. And if, they aren't big on looking out more as to.
Right.
I guess since this is not in the national register district, it would qualify for any tax credits or anything.
The only ones it would qualify for are abandoned building or historic tax credits. I believe it would, but my experience with that is that the documentation on is, especially when you're dealing with something like a $200,000-300,000 renovation, it doesn't make sense. You spend the tax credits on the architect.
Because that we do it all the time. And it generally, I think it's pretty worthwhile, but I will see the fact that these would not be multi-million-dollar renovations, but there is abandoned building as well as historic tax credits that might be applicable to this. And I certainly think that reorienting these buildings, I think to save them, keeping them in situ is not necessarily a consideration. I think reorienting these buildings, moving them around a little, would be a perfectly viable option to tearing them down. It seems like as Bill was saying, there's a mechanism that could be thought about that would save them both and still provide very usable, hopefully economically viable use of at least part of that property. And I think, it's rare to find two sister
They're so
Freedman's cottages that the form of which are fundamentally original, even if a lot of the material is lost. So I would really struggle with this, saying it's okay to tear them down or tear one of them down. I mean,
Have you considered a GoFundMe?
sacrifice one to save the other. That's a tough call.
Julia with her financial advice. So part of the Nathaniel Russell House.
So I think everybody's on the same page.
So
We'll be flat out voting on yes or no for demolition, correct? That's correct. On the motion for denial.
We have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition. Do I have a second to Bill Huey's motion?
I will second.
All right, I'll put the motion to a vote. Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
And,
Bill Moore.
In favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have to do that twice.
Yes, all right.
Okay, agenda item 6, 1 Henrietta Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
1 Henrietta Street is not surveyed in the Garden District, circa 1840, in the Old Historic District. It is requesting preliminary approval for renovation of existing 2-story building to include a rooftop addition, rear 3-story addition, modifications to storefront and parapet, removal of non-original rear element, and addition of new garden wall on Henrietta Street. This is the property's location on Henrietta Street. Some existing site images. Context of Henrietta. And sandboard map showing the history of the property. Right over there.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Wheeler with the Middleton Group, and we are working together with Annette Construction and the Woody family to complete the construction documents for this project. As a reminder, the project includes the renovation of this historic corner store, and it also includes a 3-story residential addition to the existing residence that's located above the corner store, and that's where the Woodies are currently living. Our colleague Eddie Favor brought the conceptual design in front of the board about 2 years ago. And after it was denied, it went into mediation. And then a year later, in March of 2023, it was conceptually approved. We took it over from that point, and we had the design document, design development documents, and the construction documents, we are asking today for a preliminary approval. So during my presentation, I will briefly summarize the conceptual approval for you again, because you might not all be familiar with it. And after that, I'll explain how we developed it further and brought it to the preliminary level. And finally, I'll present the material and the details we're proposing for this project. If you could go to the next slide, please. So at the top of the slide, you can see the conceptually approved design that Eddie Favor basically brought into the mediation. And the conceptual design included the removal of a non-historic or non-original addition to the south of the existing corner store. And it also included the addition of that penthouse above the corner store, a recessed hyphen, and a 3-story residence that was placed in the rear of the site. It also included on Henrietta Street a garden wall with a vehicular gate. And the historic structure itself, the renovation, the proposed renovation that was approved on the conceptual level, included the replacement of the non-original storefront with a new wood storefront and the addition of wood shutters. Because the new penthouse that's on top of the corner store, because that penthouse requires a new structural system to support it, it allowed for the existing parapet to be increased. That was also part of the conceptual approval. And the second floor windows were also slightly increased. The head height of the second floor windows were slightly increased to provide better proportions. You can see that in the next slide later when we compare it to the existing building. So that was basically the conceptual approval, and it came along with 4 conditions that I placed here on the right side of the sheet in black. The comment number 1 was that the incorporation of the vehicular gate and the garden wall would be part of the preliminary approval by BAR. The second comment or condition was that the hyphen and the penthouse shall be in the same plane, and that the fenestration pattern and language should be unified. The third comment was that the material of the hyphen would be subject to BAR approval at the preliminary level. And the fourth comment was that the first floor will be flat roofed, so there's no elevated design anymore. This was basically the approved conceptual design. And at the bottom of the page, you see our proposed preliminary design. And I'll go over our responses to the conditions that came along with the conceptual approval. So the first condition was in regards to the vehicular gate. We talked with Eddie about the evolution of that garden wall and that it was more opaque before. And I think the idea was that it should be more transparent. So we kept the brick piers and the brick knee wall, and we are proposing wrought iron infill panels. And we moved the vehicular gate adjacent to the corner store so that it aligns with the existing curb cut. And we just improved the rhythm of the wall a little bit. Our response to the second comment in regards to the window pattern and the language of the penthouse and the hyphen, you can see here, we kept it in the same plane. We have a minimal reveal between penthouse and hyphen and a minimal reveal between hyphen and residence. But everything is in the same plane. We unified the window pattern into a mountain pattern. And we basically went away from the complete glazed expression and have a more unified expression here. Material-wise, we're proposing a nickel gap, pretty clean nickel gap siding for the hyphen. And we will use the according trim package from True Exterior. And that same material will also be used for the penthouse. One change to the conceptual approval was also that the conceptual design had a stucco first floor. We are proposing to continue the nickel gap siding to the ground, just to simplify the hyphen expression and to simplify the overall composition. Our response to the third condition, that was the third condition already, that the material will be subject to BAR approval. And the final condition was to flood-proof the first floor. We will flood-proof the commercial first floor of this corner store, and we will use a face-mounted removable flood lock system, similarly to Hotel Bella Grace on Calhoun Street, if you're familiar with it. I've used that system successfully before there, and it has a minimal visual impact. For the hyphen and the three-story residence, we will red flood-proof the first floor, and we talked with Ken Granada from the city that that's the only option because it's a residence, and the flood vents won't be visible from the right of way. Besides these 4 responses to the conceptual approval conditions, we included 2 further changes. Instead of a stucco first floor at the residence, we're proposing a brick. And I'll show that to you later. That allows us to tie the residence together with the garden wall on Henrietta Street, where we will use the same brick. We're also proposing not to provide stucco over the existing storefront, or the piers and the knee wall. We propose to keep the existing brick, although it's not a historic brick. It's a textured brick, modular brick with Portland cement mortar, but we're proposing to whitewash it because it's not historic. And again, to tie this brick together with our proposed brick for the new elements. Finally, another change to the conceptual approval can only be seen from the courtyard, and that's in regards to the Juliet balconies that were placed on the residence previously, and we're proposing a residential porch. But I'll show that to you on the elevation. If you could move to the next slide. Here again is the existing building and our proposed preliminary design. Here you can actually see the slight extension of the existing parapet that we're proposing. We're keeping the corners, but we're moving it up slightly. And we're also increasing slightly the window heights for better proportion. Go to the next slide, please. Here are the floor plans and the non-original addition that we're removing, and the proposed floor plan. You could keep going until we come to the elevations. The second floor and the new porch that we're proposing here instead of Juliet balconies. Next slide is the third floor. Keep going. I'd like to move to the elevations. This is the roof plan. Actually, we could stay here. These are the proposed materials for the new residence. We're proposing this brick with a dental character and a coating. And again, that's only on the first floor of the residence and at the garden wall. Above the first floor, we are proposing painted left siding. That will be sympathetic to the existing corner store. And then at the high end, we're proposing this nickel gap siding I mentioned before. We're imagining a darker gray so that it recedes from the 2 main elements, the corner store and the residence. We're also proposing some sapele wood accents at the corner store, at the storefront at the corner store, and also at the garage door and the entrance door of the residence. Here are just some reference images that show how the materials would work together. So here's one example where brick is just adjacent to a very clean hyphen element. This one is not recessed the way we have in our design, but it shows basically the adjacency. And another example of a lead siding and nickel gaps or or a shiplet siding, and also we're using a similar windows as in this example. A double hung window for the residents and then casement windows for the hyphen and the penthouse. And this is an example of the wood storefront that we successfully installed at 741 Reading Street. There's also a Sapele wood storefront and it's impact rated. We could keep going and just like to explain on the elevation here, that's the Henrietta streetscape. The previously approved design at the conceptual level by Eddie Favor, and then the preliminary design. And here you can slightly see the porch element, the residential porch, in lieu of the more commercial looking Juliet balconies. And I think that was also a comment from the Preservation Society that did not like the Juliet balconies. If you keep going.
Ms. Wheeler, you've got about a minute left.
Okay, I'm pretty much done. If you keep going, this again shows the difference between the previous conceptual design and the unified store design at the hyphen and the penthouse. And if you keep going, one more time. This is the view from the courtyard, and we're proposing to keep the porches and the proportions of the columns the same, the windows the same, but we are proposing to replace the non-original insulated fiberglass doors with French doors at the residence. And here you can also see this elevation won't be visible from the right of way, but the porch element is sympathetic to the existing porch, and we aligned the heights of those elements. And at the end of the presentation, we have the documentation that Eddie Favor brought in front of the board the last time, the historic research that he did. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
One kind of thing that I'm not quite clear on is on the historic corner store, you'd mentioned you were changing the windows, you were elongating them?
Yes, so if you could go back to
And
they're
also
about 8 inches tall, so that was part of the conceptual approval. The previous parapet was about 3 foot lower.
okay.
And part of the conceptual approval was because we're already doing some structural work, an increased parapet would help hide the recessed penthouse. So we took that over and didn't change that back. Along with that came a slightly increased head height of the windows, improved the proportions.
I understand that this went through mediation and we're kind of stuck with the massing, high scale and mass, but how did it end up in mediation? What drove it there to start with? Anyone know?
Why do we do it?
I mean, it was an appeal, my understanding of the
Board denied.
board denial. It was a deferral, then a denial, I believe. Yep, and an appeal of that. Grounds, some of which entailed the flooding, the flood adaptation essentially.
I believe the previous design that was proposed was proposed to elevate the corner store, and since it's an iconic typology in Charleston, that was denied. I don't know if Mr. Huey can also talk to that a little bit.
That's a pretty good summary. I mean, we went through a lot of things with it all. So a lot of what was driving the initial conversation was the retention of the visual corner store form. And I would say I was a little bit involved in some of the deliberations that happened afterwards, but I wasn't involved necessarily in the mediation process itself. So I know that there was input that was given to Eddie Favor prior to the mediation happening. That was more of an elaboration of some of the factors, recessing the second or the upper floor glass, I believe heightening the parapet, um, alignment with the hyphen. I believe that was all part of that. I guess I can't say that I can give you a very concise summary of because there were a lot of moving parts when I was involved with it. But I do believe that the conclusions that were made in the mediation definitely are depicted here, and they are conducive to not only some directive that the board was giving, but also further deliberations and discussions that were had in refinement prior to the mediation process, if that makes sense.
But they received conceptual approval for, you know, the adding a third floor to a historic core store.
I think it did
Via mediation.
Mediation,
So
yeah.
Magley, really our only purview right now is the conditions, right?
We're reviewing it as a preliminary submittal as if it has, and it does have conceptual
Right.
approval. So we're reviewing it at a preliminary level. So I think, Carrie, you have a lot of details and stuff in there too.
Is it all helpful to go ahead and show the staff, the observations by staff? This was the information from that mediated settlement and what approval they received there.
Let's move through public comment and. Is there any other
Oh,
questions?
sorry, I forgot that I had the recommendation there. I was only trying to show the
Yeah, I mean, kind of come out.
observation and the mediated comments.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Hi, my name is Fred Willis, and I serve in the neighborhood association as a head of a development committee, which means that we talk about these projects. And the majority of the issues that came up with this project in the early days have pretty well been decided upon, as we see with the conceptual approval. So based on that, and I think based on the fact that, as you know, the Whitties mean to live here and want to do the best job for the neighborhood, I think the majority of the residents are supportive at this point based on what we have presented to us. And Mr. Whitty, as you know, is president of our neighborhood association and has, I'm convinced, the best interests of our neighborhood at heart. So unfortunately, this process is a little convoluted when it goes before mediation, and a lot of people feel left out, but most of the issues that were of concern have gone away in the sense that they have been approved and modified to most people's satisfaction. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the applicant reaching out to us to discuss this project and taking many of our comments into consideration. It is unfortunate that the high scale mass and architectural direction of this design were conceptually approved without the benefit of public review, and we maintain our position that this proposal is too intense and out of scale with the surrounding context. However, at a preliminary level, we would like to reiterate that the parking access that is provided on Henrietta Street should eliminate the need for garage openings on Elizabeth Street, which are suburban and out of character for the streetscape. Further, given the conceptually approved design allows extensive new construction, including a third floor addition to the existing structure, it is critical that the building's historic form and character be preserved to the greatest extent possible. Without supporting evidence, we are not supportive of conjectural changes like elongating second floor openings and adding height to the parapet. In this vein, we are pleased to see retention of the character defining features of the storefront. It looks really nice, but we would encourage the brick to be left unpainted. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, thank you. Now if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Great. So as I was saying, this did receive conceptual approval by council via mediated settlement. City granted conceptual approval of the mediated design subject to the following conditions, which Kara already discussed. And then I just had another observation that staff was not opposed to the whitewashing of brick since it was a modern brick from the storefront was altered. Staff recommendation is preliminary approval with a final review by staff to permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Wheeler, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for their comments, and I'd like to respond to the Preservation Society briefly. There was one comment regarding the garage opening and that it's not contextual. There's actually the residents right across the street from 1 Henrietta Street. There's 2 garage openings facing Henrietta Street, and the building right beyond that, the residence has a garage opening facing Elizabeth Street, and then there are obviously commercial buildings that have also garage openings, the bank and the parking garage on Elizabeth Street. So I think we will treat it with a nice material, and I don't think it is also part of the actually it is part of the conceptual approval. So we would like to keep that, of course. And I think other than that, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Somehow miraculously, I missed both of the applications from last year.
I mean, 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
2022, sorry, the new year.
Started, actually, I think it started in 2021.
Oh, gosh.
And, but there were applications in, several proposals in 2022. So I came to the board. I do think that you were absent on all, because I vaguely remember us having alternates each time.
Yeah, that was not by design, but.
No. But now that you said that, I did remember.
Yeah. But I did sort of follow from afar, and the one thing that was really bothering me philosophically was the notion of picking up the storefront and kind of recreating a false one. So I'm glad that kind of came back around during mediation, and it's really unfortunate that it all had to go into some other forum to get worked out. And I would acknowledge there's a lot of things that have been allowed here that are really above and beyond anything we would normally consider, but that's kind of where we are. So given what we have the right to comment on tonight, I don't really have any comments. Hold it together as you should have.
Yeah, I appreciate the efforts you've made with the storefront. And I think that's definitely a positive. That's one of the sort of key features trying to hang on to. And I believe the increased height of the parapet is actually part of that mediated conclusion. So basically increase to the window heights there actually kind of makes sense. I mean, I appreciate that the preservation strategies, vision of trying to keep everything pristine as possible. Definitely encouraged by that direction. In this instance, I think by altering the height of the parapet and raising the cornice, it actually does make more sense oppositionally to elongate this window slightly. And then I guess the only other thing I would add would be and kind of in response to another comment that was made about the garaging. I would like to see if it would be possible to potentially recess the garage, push it back in plane. At least that will help on the oblique. The street on the back of that big building gets a little sort of narrow, so you would be perceiving it more on an oblique. to push that garage door back into lane a little bit. I think that'll help that situation. And otherwise, believe that between the material palette, the detail palette that you're coming up with and everything, and knowing the obstacles that obviously been laid out in front of you, a lot of times, some of the concerns can also be alleviated with a well-designed building, with a well-detailed building. And I believe that you're on the right track to do that. So I'll just say, continue on with that. And that's really all
I appreciate the fact that the outline of the corner storage has been preserved, and that was a huge issue with the previous proposals that we saw, was that the form of that storage just was disappearing. There's a lot here I would never have supported had there been an option. So I still don't support it.
I wasn't here the first go around, but I'll be blunt, this thing's awful. It really truly is. I've got nothing else to say.
There one other tiny comment I might make. It's about the unpainted LA elements. I'm sure that you guys will take really great care of it and maintain it properly, but there are a lot of examples from recent history in town where people don't, and they do not look good, and they're not traditional at all.
Yeah, we see this all over Charleston and big commercial projects, and there's a small historic building and it's just overwhelmed by what's built against it, around it, over it. And this is on a slightly smaller scale. This is exactly what we've got here. But it's been approved to conceptuals.
Do any of you have strong enough feelings about paint versus stain? I mean, that is one thing we do still have review over. I just feel like the stained storefront has kind of been a trend, and I don't know, is there anything we want to weigh in on? I'm not passionate.
I don't know. I don't know. I agree with your assessment. It is a trend. Like everything else, all trends do wear out. And it is probably a perpetual maintenance issue. I believe that your firm proposed one recently. Doesn't our pharmacy right over here have that on it? And a commercial building, I'm sure they're going to keep up with that. I mean, I agree with Julia. I would go with that, but I do agree. It is trendy.
And it's something that we have sort of discouraged in the past, or disallowed even in the past. Sorry, maybe I'm just clinging to it because it's one thing we could control in this moment. Okay. And that is the one little element that is actually being preserved on this building, and to stain it just seems counter to that notion. We're preserving one little piece. So I'm going to make a motion for preliminary approval with final review by staff of permit drawings, with 2 board conditions. One, that the garage door on Elizabeth be recessed into the wall. And 2, that the historic storefront be painted.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with final review by staff permit drawings with 2 board conditions: that the garage doors on Elizabeth be recessed to the wall, and a second board comment that the historic storefront be painted. Do I have a second? To recessed into the wall. Recessed into the wall. All right. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
Bill. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
They opposed.
Bill Turner,
Abstain.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Huey.
Yeah, okay.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes 3-4, 1 against and 1 abstention. Thank you all. Okay, you're out, Julia.
Oh, yeah.
So agenda item 7, 59 Broad Street. Frank, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
59 Broad Street is not surveyed in Canterbury, Elliott Borough. It's pre-1852 and 1929 to 1944. Why does that say Old City? It is in the Old and Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval to add new half-story and facade alterations. This is the property's location on Broad Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Broad Street.
Thank you. Dan Sweeney, Stump House. We've seen this a couple of times before. So I'm going to skip through a lot of this. The main difference that you're seeing here tonight is that we have pushed the half-story volume back behind the elevator tower. This image shows the half-story. You can see the elevator tower. Broad Street. Some historic information, some site photos, seen before, third story, condition of third story, some floor plans. Here is the current roof, which is this is the half story, and here you are seeing the elevator tower that hooks up behind here. This is Broad Street over here, and we've pushed the volume back on that elevator tower. The roof plan, we have the highest point of the building is also recessed back to the back half for mechanicals. It's important to note that where this elevator tower is, you can see this elevator tower from the street, and so we didn't want to put mechanical equipment behind that parapet wide you would see it. Here are the elevations, the facade. There is a mistake here of notice was pointed out, but on the second floor, the middle drawing shows proposed, and we are talking about having doors here on the second floor that are separated, and we would do that very same thing on the third floor. It's just not shown here. Here, the middle drawing is showing what can be seen from Broad Street. You'll see approximately the top, looks like about 4 feet of the building from the opposite side of Broad Street. Again, here is another angle showing this is, you can see the elevator tower is shaded in red right there. Rear of the building. And then some street photos. Site sections from the street. Sections and sight lines that are showing where you cannot see it looking directly at the top of the parapet. But as you get to the sides of the building, parapet steps down and it's horizontal, and you will see this addition, though very minimally. Proposed sections through the building. And then 3D work here. Tried to show angles of what I think you will be able to see from the right of way. The middle drawing showing what you would see at approximately the same angle as the actual photograph, which is in the center at the very top. And that's it.
Any questions for the applicant?
When you push the fourth story back, which actually is much better, thank you. It looks like the parapet height increased. Am I reading something wrong here?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that parapet height was. I did play with some of the goal is to achieve minimally a 10-foot volume here in both the third floor and the fourth floor. I've decreased that with some of the structure up there, and quite possibly we're going to have to be able to condition it with soffits down the side, which is fine. It's not ideal. We would like the utility to be able to run through the structure, but no, that parapet height has been the same all the way through. And it's adjustable. It's just based on, I haven't specified the equipment yet, so it's just to hide, screen, whatever our tallest piece of equipment is.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, Structural Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval to add a new half story and facade alterations at 59 Broad Street. And we thank the applicant for his time reviewing the project with us. We feel that the applicant has responded well to the board's previous comments. Our comments include the following. One, we are pleased that the penthouse has been pushed back from the front facade. We suggest that the penthouse should be pushed back further to reduce visibility from Broad Street. Right now it's only 11 feet. We appreciate that the central paired windows on the front elevation have been separated. 3, detailing of this prominent building will be very important for a successful project. At the next phase of review, we'd like to see more information about where the control joints will be, as well as details about on the balconies and storefront. We also suggest a monotone color for the penthouse to prevent calling attention to the feature on the roof. We are supportive of conceptual approval of this application if the penthouse can be pushed back further from the front facade. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also would like to thank the applicant for discussing this project with us, and we're comfortable with the new direction proposed that reflects previous board discussion. We continue to feel the existing facade could benefit from improved fenestration, and we're in favor of the alterations proposed for the second floor, which, as discussed with the applicant, we encourage continued study of the third floor fenestration, continuing the second floor treatment up to the third for a more unified design. And it sounds like that's the plan. So thank you.
All right, Frank, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff have a couple of conditions. We appreciate the addition has been pushed back from the front facade of the building, though would suggest pushing further back to reduce visibility from Broad Street. The windows on the new addition should be more vertical per BAR design guidelines. And staff suggests adding a transom at storefront windows to better align with the doors and create more unity in the storefront. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Sweeney, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Thank you. I think solely we went to significant effort was placed on just the movement of the top story. And that's been the focus all along. I think it's been the most troubling part, the previous times that we've come. The other details that are here, that have been raised, fenestration, et cetera, no issue with, that can be incorporated and studied and will be studied throughout the process. But the facade, pushing it back, I understand the need to push it back. It's words like to further reduce visibility from Broad Street that I think become difficult for us and my owner. I believe we've made a significant concession in pushing it back. It's actually about 12 feet back from the backside of the facade. Currently where it is, you still will be able to see it. I understand the idea of pushing it back reduces, the further you go back, the more it's going to reduce. The goal for us is to try and maintain an ability to have an outdoor area for personal to use on the back side of this building, not on the front side of the building. So that's and I thought pushing it back to the back side of the elevator tower just made the most sense.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think it's improved a lot.
Agreed.
I really appreciative of taking that top floor and pushing it back. And I think it's improved the proportions of the front facade greatly. I agree with April about the upper top floor element, painting it some sort of a recessive color. I think the facade is going in a good direction. It may need some tweaking, a little more work on the fenestration, but overall, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate you pushing that back. It's made a big difference. We don't really have much to add. I agree with essentially the color paint trick for that top portion, but yeah, I think it's now down to just the details. Appreciate the efforts and you and your clients.
I don't really have anything to add. Pushing it back has, the form of the original building is there. That was important for me. So, and I agree with staff about the windows, but that's details.
So I thought as soon as I saw this, Fillmore will appreciate it because your comment was preserving that form. So yeah, appreciate that. Sounds like we've got a consensus. Do we have a motion?
Motion for conceptual approval. Staff's conditions. I'll just go with staff condition 2 and 3. Sir, suggestion of final windows.
No, there was not.
Not. Okay. So, okay, motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions 2 and 3.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff conditions 2 and 3. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Bill Turner. The motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
In favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Okay, agenda item 8. 71 Bull Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
71 Bull Street is not surveyed in Charleston Public Circuit 880, the Open Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for alterations and additions to west and south elevations, removal of windows on west and east elevations, construction of 2-story rear addition, and construction of a new detached accessory structure. This is the property's location on Bull Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Bull Street. Sandboard map showing the history of the property. And then we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Nicole Delaire Lee from Will County Architects, and this is Kate Nicole. We previously presented this project requesting demolition back in June as kind of trying to get approval before going to zoning. Since then, we have taken the comments from the board and from the neighborhood association into consideration, revised our design, and went to zoning to get the variances and special exceptions that we needed for this project, for this proposed design. Just some general background info, similar to the slide Frankie just showed. This is the property at 71 Bull Street. Just kind of in comparison to the surrounding properties, it is a wider and shorter property compared to the typical long and linear property in the area.
I don't think you can zoom from that. Normally I'll do it for you. If you want me to zoom in on the property.
Just if you don't mind zooming out once, every time I click next, it scrolls.
Once I zoom in like one time, it starts getting really moody about it.
Okay, I'll just click until I get what I want. The next slide is showing properties in Charleston Village surrounding 71 Bull Street with accessory buildings. And here's an aerial from the rear view. On the left is their neighbor 73 Bull Street, there in the center in red. And then on the right is 67 Bull Street. It's a little hard to see, but you can actually see the HVAC equipment at 67 Bull Street. It's about halfway up on that kind of L shape on the back. These are the Sanborn maps. They show the main house and detached accessory structure on the property. The accessory structure was there until around 1989, where they got DAR approval to remove it. History of the house. If you don't mind zooming in to the top corner, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. So the house was built in 1880. We can see it here on the 1902 Sanborn maps. It was originally constructed as a single family residence. We think that the piazza is a little bit unusual in that it's a zigzag and it follows. So we are guessing that perhaps the rear portion of the building was added on sometime between 1880 and 1902. And then it was turned into a duplex between 1902 and 1944. And then the you can see that rear accessory structure there. And then the last Sanborn map is from 1955, where you can see the accessory structure and that kind of zigzag piazza. If you don't mind scrolling down, please. This is a drawing from the 2016 renovation where it was turned back into a single family residence. We just kind of highlighted where this former piazza was and the various pieces that have been added on over time. The blue area highlights an infilled piazza, and the pink area highlights a one-story enclosed addition that we think was added on perhaps when the first floor was a doctor's office. That doesn't appear on the Sanborn maps. Right, and then these are images from the 2016 conversion back into a single family residence. So there were previously two front doors. It was revised into a front door with side lights. If you don't mind scrolling down again. All right, thank you. So on the west elevation, so this is the elevation that faces the yard and 73 Bull Street. They received permission to infill the back piazza and remove the stairs. The previously approved design was for glazing behind the existing column and railing. We'll show you a photo of what was actually built. And then the two photos to the right show the kind of 1960s style multi-pane windows that are on the east elevation that were replaced with the double hung windows shown below.
You might have that by zoom out first.
Oh,
No, since it looked like it was fighting with you.
So then we have some images of the site from the public way. We've got the front elevation here showing that front door from the 2016 renovation. And then we have images of the west elevation from the public way and from the side yard. So the two images to the left are from the public way. They kind of show their current parking court and a view back to the back wall. And then the images to the right are of the west elevation from the yard. If you don't mind zooming into that middle image in the bottom. Yes, thank you. You can see kind of that porch infill, what was actually built. It's pretty one-dimensional. There's some kind of these short squat shutters above a railing. So as part of our, we'll see this in our elevations, but as part of our present, our proposed plan, we are proposing to redo that detail with a more appropriate detail.
It's been moody all night.
Some really quick photos of the rear of the structure visible from the rear yard, and the existing HVAC stand and wood shed at the rear of the property. Okay, and then these are photos of the east elevation from the public way and also from the driveway of their next door neighbors. We have some interior photos of windows on the rear of the west facade. We'll be talking about those in the proposed plan. But these windows are not original, and you can see, especially in the upper right-hand corner, we've got this pieces of wood added in to kind of create a window opening that would fit the new replacement window. We also have plastic jam liners as well, just things that show that these windows have been kind of cobbled together to try and fit the original window openings. And then photos from the exterior. You can see an infill at the top left below the actual window. So like the and a plastic jam liner as well. So there was clearly like a sash replacement or a new window. The two other images on the top row show a newer wood sill on the window. On the bottom too, again, you can see these infill pieces and just new sills. So they're evidence that the windows have been tampered with over time.
I want to make sure you've got time to get through your presentation. You actually have about 2 minutes left on time.
All right, so, okay, very sorry. Precedents of accessory structures in the neighborhood. So this is the existing site, and this is the proposed site. I think it'll be more easily explained in plan. Previously, we had submitted for demolition of removal of the west rear facade and bringing it forward to meet the main house facade and do a side porch. Based on the feedback and the suggestions that we got at the BR meeting, we are proposing a rear addition and a side bay on that west facade. That side bay is dictated by the existing windows and their spacing, and we feel that it is subordinate to the main house and minimally visible from the public way. Again, this is from our previous proposal. In addition, towards the front of the house, there is a second floor porch. We had previously proposed enclosing it and removing a window and sealing up the door. In our new proposal, we are proposing to switch the window and door location so that it is usable and the porch or infilled porch will not be accessible from child's room. And then in the rear, we are again proposing a rear addition and a 2-story bay in order to give more space to living areas while still not detracting from the original footprint of the house. Roof plan. And then per the comments we got, we removed the porch and kept it as a detached garden structure. So here we have an open air pavilion area with a storage attached. And we have one larger roof over the open air pavilion and a smaller subordinate roof on the storage. Our previous proposal. From the front, we are proposing a brick and ironwork fence with a hedge behind. And then the detached garden structure will be to the rear of the property. We have since brought down the roof. You can see the red dotted line from our zoning proposal. And we feel that it is a nice scale for the yard. Previous side proposal. And then our current.
Yeah. So really quickly, the bay at the rear, again, as Nicole said, is dictated by the width of the window jamb. So you could intensely in theory, put those that fabric back, and so that is a very lightweight glass bay on the back rearmost structure. One of the comments in talking with the preservation groups, Historic Charleston Foundation, the 3 windows underneath the existing piazza, maybe even widening it to reflect the history of that piazza. And so we have spoken with HCFPS and Carter Hutchins we met with on site. No other committee members were there, but he did attend. And one of his comments was on the accessory structure to have the roof be continuous. Which is something we can explore. We felt like it might make it look bigger. And so certainly open to continuing discussions on that, but organizing the elevation on the west side a little bit more. And again, as Nicole said, fixing the wrong of the enclosed porch that was approved by the BAR in 2016, and doing something similar at the proposed enclosed porch above the kitchen or the first floor. So. And then we are proposing also, we got zoning approval to leave the mechanical on the ground, but with the intent to ask y'all if we could put it up on the roof. All the neighbors adjacent have been spoken to and are in favor of it. But we'd like to put it up to just clean it up and put it up on top of the roof on the addition to the rear. It's not visible from the street. That whole addition is very minimally visible from the street. So,
yeah, and the east elevation. But I believe we talked about this in our initial demo application. We have that rear elevation or rear addition, but on the east elevation, we'd like to move a window from the first floor powder room to a bathroom on the second floor. And that's also minimally visible from the public way. And then these elevations just show the detached garden structure as viewed from the house on top and as viewed for the neighbors below. Just wanted to go back to the image of the house from the public way, just to show how far back what we are proposing is.
Thanks for the extra.
Yeah, actually.
Are there any questions for the applicants?
So the porch that you're infilling, can you just like explain the thinking behind that or what that's for?
It's currently really difficult right now to utilize because it's actually off one of their children's bedrooms. And so it's a leftover space that really never gets used. And so first of all, we definitely would want to flip flop the door and the window to allow not a door from the children's bedroom out to the porch. You know, option 1. Option 2 is really to enclose that with a very lightweight wood and glass partition that you can almost imagine just being put up there and being able to be taken out so that they could use it as interior space. And I don't think we'd even change the floor really. We would just kind of allow it to be a more temperate space for the owners that could be easily reversible. The one on the back was done in 2016, as Nicole mentioned, not well executed. And so we would want to pull that wall back ever so slightly so that those, right now it's almost like it's just little picket trims that make it look like a Disney piazza. So nothing against Disney, but just kind of fix it and do a screen behind it that runs behind the railings. After we submitted this, looking back at the pictures, those are pickets. And so we probably go back with pickets unless we felt like that turn picket is more appropriate. But it was kind of the history of the house too, is like that does tell the story of that having a different railing and being an addition that was done post 1880. So definitely open to suggestions on that.
Go ahead.
What's his name? Thank you.
Okay. That porch that was previously infilled, it's now gone back to being a corridor behind it, right?
Yes.
Could that be treated the same way with the glazing on the one that you're trying to infill?
We could, there is still a little bit of room on the outside. There's a flashing, the remnant of the old sill of the porch. So we might be able to even cheat it a little bit further, maintain the corner board and get some depth in order to put some glazing back behind.
Yeah, it would help it read more like, it would
Like what it
appreciate,
was
yeah, what it
intended.
was, and it would bring a little more unity between the two pieces. I guess my next one would be, and you kind of touched on this earlier, the windows you're adding for the kitchen below, could that piece be treated the same way as above?
Well, that's actually something that we
Yeah.
spoke with April about, her suggestion of, since we came to you last time, the kitchen was on the west side and now we're flipping it to the east side. And so it allows us to bring those down to the, just below 36 inches. And so, yes, that we do like the idea of expanding the glass basically from left to right below the piazza
And
on the first floor.
possibly even reintroduce the balustrade in front of the glass.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, then you really start to
Yeah.
notice where the piazzas used to be.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Public comment?
Anna Catherine Carroll for the Preservation Society of Charleston. We really appreciate the applicant reaching out to us and speaking with us about this project. We feel the rework site plan is a positive change. However, per our previous comments and the board's motion, the one component of the project we still cannot support is the scope of demolition proposed for the rear west wall. This building has undergone extensive alterations, as we've discussed, and the rear is one of the only areas where the original form is still intact. The scope of demolition is comparable to what was previously proposed and would facilitate an addition that further complicates the building's form. So we ask the board not proceed with that part of this proposal, but the rest we are supportive of. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed this application for 71 Pearl Street, and we thank the applicant for their time to review the drawings. This project has evolved in a positive direction over the last few months. Our primary comment relates to the treatment of the piazza on the west side of the building. As a matter of policy, HCF is not in support of enclosing piazzas. We strongly believe that the remaining remnant of the existing piazza on the second floor should not be enclosed. We also suggest that the fenestration on the first floor of the piazza could be modified to better represent the former piazza at this location, like Bill was saying. And we also like the idea that Mr. Turner was suggesting about rather than having the louvered shutters on the second floor enclosed porch, having that more relate to the section in the front. We respectfully recommend a restudy of this aspect of the project. We defer to the neighborhood's concerns about the accessory structure. Thank you. Maybe not the neighborhood letter.
We did. Well, wait. Yes. Yes, we did. Okay, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
staff had some observation. The proposed infill is the last remaining portion of piazza. Proposal is cleaning up windows on west elevation, which we appreciate. And the proposed addition at the rear does not project past the existing infill piazza. Staff conditions for approval. In footprint, the proposed addition does not appear to be overly dominant, but in elevation feels massive. The glazing on the addition should be restudied. We recommend studying the glazing and glazing grid pattern on the proposed bay to be more respectful of the existing structure. And we also had a comment regarding the columns on the accessory structure. They seem very spindly and should be beefier. Staff recommendation is denial of proposed infill and conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff on the remainder of the request.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
I think, the comment about the elevation feeling massive, if you go back to that, photograph in the bottom left of.
Here, let me zoom out. That might help.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, elevations are never viewed in actuality.
We were talking about this.
Yes, right. So if you go to the photograph of the house, actually from the front corner of the property, it's on maybe the page in. I just want to point out to the board that as viewed, not in true elevation, it's very minimally visible. And again, it's going to be below the roof line of the existing, yeah, so. Can I zoom in? Bottom left, yeah, bottom left. Bottom left, yeah. So this is as viewed from the street. And so that portion right behind the golf cart's actually the bay on the right that you're seeing, and everything behind that is further back. And so the bay that we're proposing is really feels big on the elevation, but in actuality is much lighter. I'm certainly happy to study the fenestration light pattern and that. One of the comments from the neighborhood association was, again, the roof line. And so that we'll leave that up to you guys. We're kind of open to it, although I feel like what we have is a little less big in terms of the roof. We did lower the pitch and match the detailing more to the house with the more boxy detail. Happy to study the height of it. Right now it sits up at level, not at level, but kind of at walking out from the existing house on a low terrace. And so we certainly can explore just lowering the whole thing down a little bit. And I think that the owners would be fine with that. Yeah, we really appreciate meeting with everybody and kind of walking this through. I definitely like some of the comments that have already been discussed about the porch infill and future potential and existing. So
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. Move into board discussion and a vote.
I have one quick question that I neglected to ask earlier. The little two-story addition on the back with the HVAC on top.
Mhm.
Does that roof line engage the cornice?
Slightly. So we
Or is
can.
it just engage the freeze or?
It would engage, let me go to that drawing actually. I think part of the cornice where we lowered the slope to put the mechanical on it. So we certainly can study it further to lower the ceiling height even more to allow that cornice to be continuous.
It looks like it's right on top of the window and right against the window.
Oh, yes, on the backside.
On the backside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it would be nice if that thing just weren't all over that window with the cornice.
What are the head heights? The ceiling height at the rear addition? It's like,
Ceiling height upstairs, ceiling height, in the addition.
yeah, it's a closet there, I think.
It's a
closet,
closet, I believe it's,
yeah.
8 feet right now.
With a closet, could you drop it in?
Yeah, for sure.
That would help some.
I mean, I think it's a combination, maybe dropping the header or head height and the slope, going to more of just a seal flex deck or something,
Yeah.
or, for the, so, yeah.
We're in more discussion. I certainly like, the historic Charleston and Bill Turner's thoughts about kind of unifying that most visible bay of Piazza. I guess I would be fine with the glass infill on the second floor, especially if the first floor were to follow suit. That'd be really nice. And I like your little pavilion. I agree with you that I think it's a better design to have the two roof forms and just less impactful and less mass that way. And I'm actually, I think, okay with the bay proposed for the back. I know it's a little visible, but not very much. And this is definitely a better approach than the one we saw earlier overall. So that's kind of all I've got. And are we saying that we approved something bad? Is that part of what's happening here? Like in 2016?
In 2016, I guess you approved a porch infill.
The porch infill was approved with, do you mind if I navigate back to the drawing?
You approved it, Julia.
I think what happened is something nice was approved and something bad was.
Oh, that sounds good.
So yeah, actually in the bottom left-hand corner, that's what was approved. So actually similar to what we're proposing, this kind of glass behind the railing.
No, I don't remember.
And
that.
then
I don't think it was here.
what actually got built was the kind of like stick-on so the bottom left-hand corner shows what was actually approved, so
Okay.
not dissimilar to what we are proposing.
To improve. Okay, that's all I got.
I think a lot's been done to sort of clean things up here, especially with the window configurations, getting some of those big fat windows out downstairs and all. So the building is getting better in those respects. Yeah, I'm always uncomfortable about porch enclosures. I kind of with Julia though, if that could be, if enclosing that one on top could be mitigated by essentially repeating it below and then repeating it in the approved porch enclosures. That might kind of mitigate that for me, set my mind at rest. The garden pavilion, I don't think, I like the roof form. I think that's the type of roof form that's going to make it the least noticeable. But I wonder if maybe you were to take it and rotate it to where the narrow end is towards the street, if that would make it work a little better. The rear addition coming off the back, I'm good with that because it does reduce the impact on the visible side of the house. I'm with Fillmore. If there's some way that could just be lowered a little bit, it would help. The new bay extending out from the west elevation. It's just another thing we're doing to kind of peck away at this house. But it is a much better solution than what came in before. So I'm a little on the fence with that one, but I just like to say this thing has continued to get better and better,
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add really, commenting about that bay. I guess the only thing I wondered if the bay projection could reduce slightly. I'm looking at your floor plans and it looks like it's possible potentially to reduce it a little bit. And that might help if there are any concerns about the visibility of it. But I appreciate your pointing out the oblique, the photograph. I think that'll just go to reduce it maybe just a little bit more. It might even be, you've got a little bit of a wall extension on, it's like you're keeping your windows the same size in the bay, but you're wrapping the corners and there's a little bit of a wall extension. You might be able to center that up a little bit better and that might just reduce that depth. We're talking inches, but every little bit. Yeah, and I'm intrigued by the discussion about the glazing and the carrying down the detail and all that kind of with the piazza bad. That would be interested in how that solution sort of plays out, but I would see potentially that being maybe a viable, to whatever degree, trade-off by sort of visually opening up part of what was a piazza at one time. I don't like the proportion of your columns on the little outbuilding. They don't look too spindly to me. They look pretty good. My opinion.
I'm sure, I think it's almost everything is fine. I really don't have a big issue with the bay at all. It's kind of tucked back in there. I just think this is not really going to be very noticeable, and the way it's tucked in. So I don't have much issue with that. I'm struggling with the porch enclosure, principally because it's a porch enclosure. I think, regardless of the porch enclosure, I think doing something on the first floor where the large windows are that was a little more creative might be interesting. I'm struggling a little bit with the ancillary building. It's very attractive. It is very wide and in elevation, and I think that's largely due to the little addition on it that bumps out to the side. I mean, this is wide as the main house, maybe wider. And I went by there because I kept looking at the drawings, and so I drove by there and take a look at it, and it really occupies that yard. I mean, there's not a lot of yard there, and there's visually, there's just very little left with that building there. So I'm struggling a little bit with just sort of the mass of that ancillary building, and particularly relative to the width of the house, the width of the ancillary building. It's certainly a subordinate height, but it kind of loses subordination because of its width. So that's
75 feet from the street. Is that what I'm seeing? 75.
Is it 75 feet from the street?
A little over 75.
Yeah, it's over 75. 75, 4 3/4. And can I say something?
Did you have a question, Julia? Would you like to say something?
I was just gonna say, this family has 2 small children, so we actually walked it out on site. It's a little, with the foliage in the back, because they were also concerned about how it would take up a lot of their lawn, and so we actually taped it out with them, and because it's set further back than the opening, like where and these pictures are actually, they've cut, the neighbor requested them to cut the holly bushes on the side, so now there's palmettos, so it's a little bit more, but you saw it today, but it's still, there's a bunch of foliage in the back corner, and so this actually sits back in that. So it is something that we feel allows them to have yard for their 2 small children and still kind of balance having that space out there, but I appreciate your point.
Julia, you look like you're ready to make a motion.
I'll try. Right. How about a motion for it's conceptual, right? Yeah. Motion for conceptual approval with board conditions to replicate treatment of the infield second floor piazza at the first floor, to disengage bay roofs from historic eaves, And Bill's idea to decrease the depth of the rear bay by at least 6 inches.
Does your first one also include the previously enclosed porch enclosures treating them the same as the other two?
I was just thinking of the one in the rear actually align up and down. Sorry, maybe I was just thinking about the most visible one, but
I'm talking about just the upper where she's, since she now has a corridor through there now.
oh,
That could
To
become
have
like
that be.
this, yeah.
okay.
Instead of the shutters.
Mhm. Starting to wonder, like, what, would it have been different rails, if that was like a different, more, modest, I have no idea what, I don't know. How about number 4, to consider the same treatment at the existing porch infill, second floor rear.
Any of the staff conditions?
I think we sort of addressed the bay, and then I tend to agree that the columns are
That's
okay.
fine,
Yeah.
And then final review by staff, or do you want to see it again?
I think final review by staff would be fine.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with board conditions. 1, to replicate the treatment of the infill second floor piazza at the first floor. 2, disengage the bay roofs from the historic eaves. 3, decrease the depth of the rear bay by at least 6 inches. And 4, consider same treatment at existing porch infill second floor rear. And final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill Turner. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
They opposed.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes 4-4, 1 against. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the last 2 agenda items are deferred.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you.
I'm still running for this. I'm tired. I'm no tired.
I just wanted to keep you on your toes.
I am gonna stay here and I'm gonna. My toes almost fell over. All right, so I'm gonna go in order, but there's not a lot that I need to share. There's no extra slides. You have the policies in front of you. I just want to say what we were hoping to capture by each of these. The first one is that I'm gonna do is the applications to be processed by staff. We already have a policy that has 10 items on it. And when we go through agenda sorting and we have a question, we're like, what does the policy say? We follow the policy. Yes, we can do that as staff. But what this policy lacks is a definition, a category, and a definition for minor alterations. In your case, that might often be a door at the very back corner. Yes, it's minimally visible, but it's not historic. It doesn't affect the historic integrity and the architectural integrity of the facade. And it feels really dumb to bring that to you, but it doesn't fall in any category on this policy. So that's one thing, and that's what I'm going to try to capture with A. The little point B, alteration to a BAR approval, probably happens more at BAR large because some of the timelines are different. But if you consider that we put in place, we review a mock-up and the materials, and then 16 months later, this has happened. A colored tile is not available, and so a different color had to be chosen. But we knew as staff, we used a lot of discretion that wasn't fundamental to the design, and so B is kind of more in that timeline, like those types of supply chain issues that change. But the answer to the question on B is, we would ask ourselves, what was the original intent of that color of that tile? And is the new tile a downgrade? And if not,
then we would be able to proceed with approving that as staff. And then the third option is a material upgrades. So believe it or not, sometimes we get, this is a bit of a stretch, but we might get an asphalt shingle roof and somebody wants to put a copper roof on it. And if it's appropriate to the house, because maybe the shingles were a Hugo roof or something, we don't feel like we need to bring that to you for you to bless it unless you want us to. So that's an instance of a material upgrade that we would like to have we would like for you to grant us the authority to take that off your back. So those are the three things that we want to capture with minor alteration. If you want me to read it out loud, I will. Okay. So any questions?
I think those sound like.
I sort of thought you had all that power before, but it's good to have it in writing.
Good to have it documented, yeah. We've made some assumptions, but when we get down to the categories, it's like, it doesn't fit, it should fit in one. Well, good, I hope that you'll approve it. It did get passed last night at the ARL, so if it gets passed tonight, it's done and we can start with it.
Did you, I'll make a motion to approve.
Not putting words in your mouth or anything.
Thank you, Julia. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 10.
Okay. We have also, these are not a policy, these are guidelines, sample panel guidelines, which there's been a lot of discussion on why is it not a mock-up, but whatever. So the gist of these red lines are a few things. Number one, with the pandemic, we got to where we were looking at materials on the mock-up instead of at preliminary and final. And that's just a product of what we did. We were on Zoom. So the only time we were together and we get to touch and smell materials were at the mock-up. So we want to bring that back to smell them. We want to really get that back to what it's supposed to be about. The mock-up is supposed to be about workmanship review, not material selection. So some of the red line edits are about that. We also want to discourage excessive panels in size and scope. If you've been down to the mock-up for the Romney Street project, some people thought that was a new house, but they couldn't find the door. So we don't want that to be, that was not directed by BAR or staff. We just want to discourage that, even though they are wonderful tools. And then third, this is relative to a site visit you all went on, is that we want to make sure that we are not going out on visits and looking at mock-ups while somebody is painting or caulking. If you were there. So that's the gist of these red lines. And then the number 8 is that, and this was a suggestion by our department, is that the default requirement for BRL should be that there's a mock-up expected, but they can ask for a waiver. So that removes some of the nebulous nature of when and if a mock-up is required.
They can plan ahead for it.
Yeah.
And you don't have to feel bad asking for it. They come knowing it's going to be required and looking at us.
So it says panel, and then you said some people call it a mock-up, and then from that point forward, you kept calling it a mock-up.
That's my habitual.
Well, I wonder, and I'm not trying to parse semantics here, but to me, a panel is a two-dimensional flat thing. You know, sometimes you're getting mock-ups that are, you know, corners or details and things. Obviously, this is much more a BARL issue, but
What you just described as the 2D board,
yeah,
I would call it sample board. And the term sample panel is very confusing to me because you either have a sample board with pieces stuck to it, or you have a mock-up where you have conditions and intersections. The sample panel is a weird term. I agree.
did you get pushed back on the term mock-up?
No. This has always been called sample panel guidelines.
Oh,
So
That's the beginning
I
of
think
time.
to alleviate,
okay.
and there might be someone who has a sample, maybe it's like, I don't know, I haven't.
Isn't it to worry about making what you're looking for is actually a little facsimile of the construction,
That's what I would.
where there's enough bricks so you can see the roll-lock detail, you can see the flashing detail, you can see the wall intersection. It is a mock-up.
It's a mock-up.
I mean, is
Why don't
that,
ever call it
So,
sample panel?
Bill, do you think there's some confusion in the policy or?
well, just to me, if I was an outside, you know, like again, back to BARL, where every architect that comes in is from out of town somewhere and they see the word panel. And my first default thought is I've got to build a flat thing.
Yeah.
A mock-up is actually a representation of the construction. So, I mean, I just,
In the submittal requirements, there's like a description of what that is, right?
And some other requirements.
Or somewhere. I seem to remember Dennis parsing all that.
Yeah,
like,
so, I mean,
how
I feel
it to be and
This
what
is,
it should.
if there's not, I mean, I just think you're raising a good point. We don't want to create confusion when you're right.
just saying if you, I mean, is there a problem calling it a mock-up?
No. The submittal requirements we can change and they don't have to be like adopted or anything.
I think if it's somewhere, so if it's, leave it here, but as long as the submittal requirements describe what the expectation is, then it's fine. It needs to be.
Yeah, just as long as people understand, yeah.
So what if I made a motion to approve?
I would second that.
Thank you. All in favor? None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. You won.
Thank you.
You won.
I hope this in while I can. And I do think the
Oh,
next phase of that policy
Thank you,
bill
Bill.
will be calling out. policy, but-
Do I have a
What's
motion
your-
to adjourn?
Leaving.
Thank you,
So
Bill Huey,
started
Bill
this
Moore,
and then-
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
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 None opposed.